Yo, yo, yo. What's good, everybody? We're back. We're back live on the channel. Hope you guys are all doing well. Having a good evening. I didn't really plot out all the music stuff and all that. Let me see if I can set some of that up. Let me see here. I didn't really plot out all the music stuff and all that. Let me see if I can. We'll get to tweeting out the stream and sharing the research and all this stuff in just a minute. There's a couple things. I don't know. We'll wait a minute and see if anybody comes in the stream. Maybe I'll try to turn on my other devices. Maybe try to have some type of low, I don't know, music in the background just so it's not so stale. Let's see here. The information I'm looking at is rather curious though. We were okay, got that on. What's good? Welcome back, Truth Seekers. There's a couple things. I think I found the the 811 code. I'm pretty sure I found the 811 gematria ritual, like an actual one. If there is such a thing. Dude, it's super goofy. It's quacky as fuck. You guys are gonna trip when you see this shit. But I also found another thing regarding the Kybalion. Does anybody know what that is? Has anybody ever heard of the Kybalion before? Have you ever heard of the Kybalion? The Kybalion? The Kybalion? Nobody's ever heard of the Kybalion before. I don't know. I always thought it was suspicious a little bit. Like, is the Kybalion like some type of religion type of thing or something? Is it like part of your religion? I was wondering about that because I've heard the Quack and others talking about the Kybalion before. Yo, what's good, Miles? Salute. Good evening. We're just kind of slowly working our way into doing this type of stream. I think this is going to be less of a goofy hardcore ranting at the Quacks type of stream and more about presenting some of this actual information. And I was thinking of reading some of this stuff. I don't know. One of the things is really, really long. And then the Kybalion thing is more quacky, but it's not quite as long, but it's still kind of long. I don't know. Have you ever heard of any of this, Miles? Are you familiar with a lot of the conspiracy realms, a lot of the occultist occultic types, they'll mention once in a while, they'll be like, yeah, haven't you ever heard of the Kybalion? You don't know the Kybalion? You don't know those 7 hermetic principles? How dare you? Or whatever. Have you ever heard that? It's like a religion though, or something. It's like, usually you get this from the non-religious ones, like the non-Christians or if they don't have you never heard of the Kybalion? Hold on, let's start with that. We'll talk. I'm gonna describe some of this stuff a little bit from according to my understanding, and I think I have a couple short videos of the Kybalion that I was gonna share before I get into what I actually found out about it. It's really weird, dude. It's it's almost, in my opinion, looking at it as an outsider looking in. I'm not like a hermetic Kabbalist or nothing and don't do the Kybalion, but and I'm a skeptic. I think gematria is Hebrew and it's in the Kabbalah, but it's Hebrew. And I think the Kybalion, if you were to like, it's unbelievable. If someone came to you and they were like, you don't know the 7 hermetic principles of the Kybalion or whatever, and then when you look at them, it's like super quacky. And then the people that like, usually the type of people that like try to like they'll be like, yeah, I don't have any religious denomination or nothing, but I came across this stuff back in the day. We really like the Kybalion or whatever the fuck. Or the quack is like, it's part of the Jesuit occult. It's like the Rosicrucians and the Jesuits and the New World Order, and they're practicing Kabbalah and they have the Kybalion and you don't even know what it is. You never heard of the 7 hermetic principles or whatever? And they're like occultists, right? And they're like, it's probably a cult. And they're like a lot of cults. I watched a lot of documentaries and a lot of cults, like a lot of weird cults that have like whole documentaries about them. Like, do this thing. Like, I don't know, eventually as you like move through the ranks of the cult, they introduce you to this Kybalion. You guys never heard about that? Yeah, it's super quacky. Like, it's super duper quacky. The people that I've like encountered from the when I knew people in the gematria community that were into this Kybalion, it's like their little pamphlet of like being a fraud, I think, or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's quacky as fuck. I mean, I know what it is. I could pull it up and read the 7 hermetic principles, so they claim. It's unbelievable. Listen to the. Here's a few short videos about the Kybalion.
Are you interested in it?
Look, this is how it goes when someone tries to like push the Kybalion on you, like it's the Bible. Dude, they act like it's the Bible. Is the Kybalion like a little Bible for little like occultists? I mean, I don't want to rant. Hold on. What is the Kybalion?
So have you studied the Hermetics at all?
No.
Are you interested in it?
Yes.
Have you heard about them at all?
Sure. Please.
Have you heard of a book called the Kybalion?
No.
Well, this should be right up your street. The Hermetics were Egyptians. It's where the Freemasons came from, and the alchemists and the people in the Middle Ages who preserved, the culture when the Dark Ages came. And the Hermetics comes from Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes thrice great, who was supposedly the wisest man or avatar or god from the Egyptian period. And the Kybalion was their book. I don't know if the actual
Kybalion was their book.
exists.
It's from Hermes Trismegistus from Egypt.
Short book.
Does that sound legit?
But they had a whole deep philosophy that is a lot like this. So have you studied the Hermetics at all?
No.
Don't you know Kybalion?
Have you heard about them at
What's
all?
wrong with you, Miles? Haven't you ever?
Please.
Don't you fucking pray and do the 7 hermetic principles from
Well, this
Egypt?
should be right up your
From
street.
fucking
The
Hermes
Hermetics were
Trismegistus?
Egyptians.
How
It's
dare
where
you?
where the Freemasons came from, and the alchemists.
You're never
and the
gonna
people in the
understand
Middle Ages
gematria.
who
You don't even know the
preserved,
Kybalion.
the culture when the Dark Ages came, and the Hermetics.
Dude, I
comes
think
from-
fucking whatever. I think the Kybalion. So that was like a little Joe Rogan clip. Uncover the mysterious hermetic 7 whatever wonders of the 7 hermetic principles. Hey, what's good? Black Smoke Matters, yo. Yeah, Kabbalah, Bala Talia. I know. It's like Kabbalah, blah, 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 blah. They're like, the Kybalion sounds really magical. It almost sounds like the Kabbalah. Quack! Dude, wait till you guys hear this shit. I'm going to read this to you. Something I found from like about the Kybalion. So when you hear these quacks like Hubbard or other quacks, when they introduce to you the rhetoric of the you don't know the Kybalion questioning, and like, would you like to know the Kybalion? Would you like to buy a little Kybalion or whatever? There's a bunch of Kybalion sales websites that you could probably find a little Kybalion from, and it's like supposedly they claim that it's like the Egyptian knowledge, but like passed down through Hermes, and it's like somehow these 7 magical fucking hermetic orders or whatever. But it's like it's 7, you know, that's a number. So that's kind of like gematria, you know. The gematrians talk about this all the time in their fucking quack rhetoric in their cult. It's super duper weird. I don't understand why all these cults that I can find, eventually, as they go along, they get into this Kybalion or whatever the fuck. You guys don't know what I'm talking about? What about the 811 ritual? Dude, I have a video about this. I did a whole video about this before. Dude, I'm curious to see if someone pops in my chat that even knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I would debate the Hubbard, the quack, about this with just these 2 things that I have. It's actual research. Like, hold on. Let's listen. Hold on. Let's listen to more about the Kybalion, these little short clips.
The Kybalion.
Here's another take on the Kybalion.
Kybalion is a book that presents 7 core principles.
Okay. Hey, what's good, Miles? You guys aren't over chatting right now, so it's easier for me to like kind of present this and read the chat and try to walk through this and try to figure it out with you guys. The 811 thing, you're gonna trip when I start reading this shit. It's fucking quacky as fuck. The 811 ritual is an actual provable sourced gematria ritual, literally a gematria ritual, and I'm not even using the word improperly. It's an actual gematria ritual that I actually found in research just based off of like suspicious stuff going on within the gematria community that I noticed, and then you just put 2 and 2 together. And I'm not saying, I don't think the 811 thing, it's not a date it's not a date ritual necessarily, but it's actually is a gematria ritual. It's an actual ritual, and part of it is gematria, and it's like it's an 811 ritual gematria. I don't worry about that type of shit. It sounds weird. Well, I mean, it is weird. It's all this is all really weird. I'm not really worried about it per se, but I want to I don't know why, just something about me, like I like the art and the research and the esoteric knowledge and the truth, and kind of like digging deeper into finding out like what the fuck is actually all this shit these motherfuckers are quacking about. Like, you got one quack. There's one quack that thinks that 611 is the code for Elvis gematria. Hey, what's good, Space Monkey? Your chat replay is on if rats come in here and listen to everything we are saying. Yeah, they might have to refute what we're saying after I explain all this, but no, that's cool. I'm not really tripping off of that. Let me see. Where's the best comment? This one. It sounds super fucking quacky. And I'm really going to hold back and try not to rant too much about all this on the stream. All right, back to the little short video clip about the Kybalion. Here's another one, another take. The first one I played was a Joe Rogan take on it.
The smallest atom. Kybalion is a book that presents 7 core principles, or hermetic laws, that govern everything, from the smallest atom to the farthest star. But it's not just about understanding the universe. It's about learning to control it. The Kybalion teaches that by mastering these principles, you can master your reality, bending the laws of nature to your will. The principle of mentalism tells us that everything begins in the mind, while the principle of correspondence whispers, as above, so below, as within, so without. Every law is like a mirror, reflecting the cosmic order down to the smallest detail of our lives. Some say the book was written by 3 mysterious initiates, but no one truly knows their identities. Others believe the Kybalion was a message hidden in plain sight, waiting for those who are ready to see beyond the veil. Could mastering these principles unlock your hidden potential? Subscribe for more ancient wisdom. The Kybalion is a book that presents 7 core principles.
All right, so it's some book that presents the 7 core laws of the 7 hermetic principles. And it, like, whatever says what those principles are and whatever the fuck it is. All right. And it seems to me like people kind of treat it like religion. They kind of treat it like it's their religion. I kind of think that the people that kind of treat it like it's like part of their religion think that it's actually, I think that they think that it's legit and it's like some shit from Egypt or whatever. But in my understanding, like what I just found about the Kybalion, I'm starting to like not really think that really so much. So the other thing, I have 2 things. We have the 811 code, the actual real 811 gematria code, which has to do with the I'll blurt it out. It has to do with the star ruby ritual. The 811 gematria code is part of the something that's called the star ruby ritual. It's an Aleister Crowley ritual. It's actually a banning ritual. Hold on, let's get into this a little bit. I'll go off about the 811 and then we'll look back at the Kybalion and see if all their rhetoric is all above board. So, sorry guys, I'm having technical difficulties with the stupid, oh, I know why. I'm using the wrong remote. Duh. We'll see if all this stuff is all above board. All right, so let me see the easiest way I can find this. So you'll see how this ties like directly to Aleister Crowley gematria, by the way. Hold on. I'm going to read through this and it's going to get quacky as fuck. This is going to be very different from most of my videos. I'm going to try to hold back from ranting or trying to like make up my own interpretation of what this is. Although I'll tell you ahead of time, I do think that it's super duper quacky as fuck. And I'll show you videos of them doing this ritual. And the dude, they're fucking quacked out of their mind, bro. Every video that you look up of these motherfuckers doing this ritual is one more quackier than the fucking next. I swear to fucking God, I'll show you. It's goofy as fuck, like unbelievable. So there's this document. It's the Thelema Magic Library, the Thelema Magic Library. You can find this research. It's not that hard to find if you know where to look. If you think it's suspicious that they got it's unbelievable in the gematria community, the youngest known new gematrian is a fucking like named Ruby, and then but the gematria comes from Aleister Crowley, and they can find 9/11 rituals. They can find all the 6/11 rituals. They can find 7/11 rituals. Really, they're doing 7/11 rituals that like builds the fucking Temple of Solomon. Unbelievable. So, anyways, there's this website, this document that we found on this website that just has the document. And it's the Thelemagic Library on report on the Star Ruby ritual, you guys. See? So it's, hold on, this is gonna get kind of like really, 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 really super duper quacky. And it's an actual source reference of some type of fucking actual Aleister Crowley gematria. But what I want to point out before I get into this is that it's not 4 ciphers in English, and whatever the fuck it is, it's fucking quacky as fuck. Like, holy fuck, dude, this is quack. This is some fucking right up the quack's alley. This is quack as fuck. He has a daughter named the quack, Zachary K. Hubbard, that lies about gematria and says he learned gematria from Aleister Crowley, and they're doing gematria in 4 ciphers, like missed the actual Aleister Crowley gematria, which we pointed that out quite a while back. And evidently they haven't covered the 811 ritual of the Ruby Star ritual gematria. This is actual gematria. This is actual, like, Aleister Crowley fucking quack gematria, straight up. Listen to how quacky this shit is. And you know what? I'm not even going to read the first part of this because it explains, or I'll read some of it, but I'm not going to read the, like, the Latin chanting of, like, the doing the ritual. Like, I'm good. We don't need to. I was going to make a song about it, but I was like, I don't know. That might, like, summon demons or some shit. Who fucking knows? What, does anybody know what happens when you do the Ruby Star ritual? Evidently, it's the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Listen up, gematria. Listen very carefully. Listen closely. Zachary K. Hubbard's never taught you this. The gematria, the quote-unquote so-called Aleister Crowley gematria community has never taught you anything about this for some reason. I don't really know why. But look, dude, they have this website. Dude, this website, this shit is, like, demonic as fuck, dude. Like, what the fuck this? Really, the Star Ruby ritual on the Tar Daniel? Like, you could look at this site and, like, try to read along with me, but this shit is so, dude, it's so quacky. I'll read through it for you guys because I don't think you're going to be able to follow along. Hey, what's good, T-Spells? Yo, you might like this stream more, T-Spells, than my usual, like, wild ranting streams. But have you ever heard of the Ruby Star ritual or the Kybalion? And you know what? The Kybalion and the Ruby Star ritual and the 811 gematria ritual is not necessarily tied to each other in any kind of way that I'm aware of. But I mean, I haven't really looked into it that much yet. Maybe it is. Who fucking knows? Do you know? Have you ever even heard of any of this? Unbelievable. The Ruby Star ritual, really? Is this where the quack, and, like, is this why the quack lies about Aleister Crowley gematria and named his daughter Ruby? I mean, think about that. That's fucking disgusting. Dude, if he named the baby after this, that's fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. The Ruby Star ritual, an analysis of Liber XXV. And dude, this shit is from some shit called fucking the Book of Lies or some shit. Like, unbelievable. The Ruby Star ritual 1. This is like how you do the ritual. It's like 1, facing east. In the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath, closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger pressed against thy lower lip, then dashing out down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcibly thy breath. Cry, and then it has, like, all this fucking, like, chanting code in, like, what is it? Isopsophy. Dude, I'll spare you guys. I'm not gonna chant the Greek or whatever. Look, I'm not gonna do that to you guys. Don't worry, I promise. I promise I'm not gonna take this Greek isopsophy gematria Star Ruby ritual code and turn it into a fucking anti-quack song. All right? Or maybe I will. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll just see if like showing what this actually is works. Nothing seems to work. This is, I mean, apparently this is a banishing ritual, so maybe we could banish the quack by like just showing how they're lying about and not knowing shit about the Aleister Crowley gematria that they claim they're teaching about. The website is, oh, and it's sponsored by Vanguard. Go figure, just like a Tachi's like link to. The website is tardaniel.com documents or something, and you can find it just when you type in the Star Ruby ritual. All right. So you face east and you take in deep breaths and you close your mouth and you put your forefinger against your lower lip, like, right? And then dashing down the hand, the great sweep front and back, you start flapping your hands around and shit and take a deep breath and do this fucking like Isophy Greek gematria chanting fucking code, evidently. And then part two, then in the same with the same forefinger, touch thy forehead and say SOI, thy member, and say, oh, phalli, 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 like phallic, phalli, say, oh, phalli. All right, I'll try not to read all the Greek. I'll read a little bit of the Greek. They're like really quacky names that they got in this fucking ritual that they're, whatever the fuck they're chanting about, doing gematria. Thy right, so, okay, thy right shoulder, say, Isukaros, or some shit. Churro, I'm not saying it right, don't worry. Churro, quack, whatever, some shit in fucking Greek. All right, thy left, put thy left shoulder and say, dude, isn't this what the fucking you guys were all fighting and arguing about earlier? Doing fucking like advanced gematria, Aleister Crowley fucking demon fucking yoga. When you're like doing yoga and you're chanting, I mean, fucking unbelievable. This is what Badger and Garrow just fell out about. They were doing, they got mad about, because someone was there, the Christians and Garrow's fake gematria cult community in the chat were mad about some fucking yoga, and they were like, they were banishing Badger. They were banishing Badger because of satanic yoga or some shit. You're following. Okay, good. Perfect, Miles. So here's where it gets weird. You clasp thine hands, locking thine fingers, and cry, I-O! I-A-O, or I-A-U, or I-ow, or wow, wow. You fucking cry out like this fucking, like a demon, like a, not a demon chant, but like a positive one, like a screeching sound of like a bird. I think you go, quack, or some shit like that, right? You fucking, if you see a fucking gematria Star Ruby ritual quack, you do a fucking loud fucking quacky IAO or whatever on the quack. All right? All right, part 3 of this ritual. Dude, this is just explaining how they jump around and do the yoga and they're like when they're chanting and shit. So part 3 of jumping around doing the Star Ruby ritual, all right? And consider, like, my reading the like movement doesn't really like show you that they're actually doing like a hexagram and a pentagram and that it's all like math. Dude, this is a highly specific detail. I swear to God, dude, this whole, I'm gonna read this and it's gonna go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and it's crazy and quacky as fuck. All right. And you're gonna trip, like when we come up to the part with the 811, when we circle back to the 811 ritual here, the actual gematria ritual, you're probably going to laugh your ass off because I'm going to say it in such a way where it makes more sense than if you were just reading this and you barely could understand what you're reading. All right? I'm going to try. So part 3 of doing the ritual, you advance to the east, imagine strongly a pentagram. All right? You start painting fucking pentagrams on the wall in your mind, basically. All right, in thine forehead. Imagine strongly a pentagram, all right, in thine forehead, drawing the hands to the eyes, filling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and then roar. And then I don't really want to like scream out this ritual. I don't want to actually start doing this ritual right now. So we'll hold back off of reading the isopsophy gematria God code of. I mean, should I show it? Look, you're supposed to scream out this word. You're supposed to say Therion or some shit. Dude, I swear to God, this is the Star Ruby ritual. And it's like super scientifical, mathematical, gematrial. Dude, you might have to use the new version of the gematria calculator to really fucking get down to the nitty gritty of like making sense of what all this actually means astrologically. You might even have to figure out what it actually means, Ruby, in astrology. They're like, hold on, aside from this research, my own research on the side regarding this, we found out that the ruby is significantly correlated in like astrogemology. The ruby gemstone is actually correlated planetarily, astrologically with the sun sign. So now we're dealing with the sun symbolism. So this might be some type of weird Aleister Crowley sun worship or something that might or might not predate the Jesuit order and doing gematria. This is a gematria ritual of Aleister Crowley, you know. So you're supposed to say Therion, like all crazy, like just as wicked and like doing yoga and chanting and jumping around like you're high as fuck out of your mind. You're supposed to do that. You know, you go there. You're supposed to actually, I think, like paint a pentagram and a hexagram and imagine them like in your realm and start like doing gematria, I think. So yeah, after you say Therion, you retire thine hand in the sign of Horparkarat or some shit in fucking half Greek or something. I don't fucking know. This sounds like almost Arabic, but then like Greek the fuck out. It's like supposed to be from Egypt. This is where from the Kybalion to the Star Ruby ritual, I think these are supposed to be some type of like supposedly post-Masonic. Like this is before Masons. They're doing these rituals before they had to do these rituals to create the Masons, basically. You know what I mean? So like, unbelievable. Can you guys imagine this? I might need a smoke break and put on some music in the background. This is ridiculous. This is what they're teaching you, gematria, wrongly. Dude, wait, Miles, I'm just still reading just how they're jumping around doing the yoga, gematria and chanting. Do I think yoga is satanic? No. Do I think you're a fucking Aleister Crowley demon if you fucking do yoga and happen to chant? No. You know? And I'm kind of making fun of Badger and Garrow, but it's all in good taste. We're just trying to share the gematria. This is GEMATRIAHOLICS Anonymous. So we're going to go through all this gematria research all the way from the 811 code that nobody knows about and the Star Ruby, the Aleister Crowley Star Ruby ritual, which is where Zach claims he got his gematria from, but this gematria in here is different quite a bit. And all the way from that to back to the fucking Kybalion. All right? Whether you guys like it or not, I don't really fucking care. It's funny. It's interesting. It's not really cool, but it's, I mean, fucking fuck out of here. Why are they lying about this? I'm try to put on like, I'll put the gematria, what is it? Definition Part 2 song on just for in the background. Dude, I'm surprised you guys know, and nobody seems to know anything about this gematria. And nobody's going to really pay much attention because I'm kind of dragging. I'm not really trying to drag it out, but I'm not really like, don't really give a fuck that much. I'm kind of just chilling with you guys too. Yeah, it's unreal, Miles. It's fucking unfucking real. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can put something real low in the background. Have a smoke break, and I'll try to, not a break, but I'll try to start reading it slowly. I'm almost done with the fucking the ritual part where they're like dancing around and with the Greek. God damn it, where's my gematria definition song? Oh, here it is. Creeps me out. Oh, dude, you have no idea. This shit's gonna get so quacky. Like, I gotta take a little break or I'm gonna lose my breath. But look at how quacky this actually gets. I'll try to finish the ritual part real quick and then take a breather. I'll show you that maybe, dude, I don't even want to show you the videos of the people doing this ritual. It's fucking goofy as fuck. I don't want it too loud because I don't want to rant too loud. This song is like basically the definition of gematria, and it's all in Hebrew. But you guys can listen to that on my channel. But I need some background music because I don't want this stream to just be like I'm echoing. And nobody knows what I'm talking about. Do you understand what I'm talking about, T-Spells? I mean, this is insane. If you step back and you had all the research and information and you put all this together, you'd be like, unbelievable. These motherfuckers are quack as fuck. So, the Star Ruby Ritual. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly. Okay, you say Therion. You retire the hand of the sign of the Horparkrot. You go around to the north and repeat and say, knew it. You go around to the west and repeat and whisper, Babylon, or whatever the fuck, like you're Aleister Crowley himself. You should probably even wear one of those like Egyptian, like, you know, like golden, like blue and silver and gold, like silver, gold, silver, and like blue sapphire, like Egyptian pharaoh hats or whatever that goes like all the way down over their hair or whatever. The one you gotta fucking dress up like Aleister Crowley when you do this shit. You say Babylon or whatever. You go around to the south and repeat, but bellow. you say, Hadith, 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 Hadith. Where's Zachary? Hadith. Part 4, completing the circle, wider shins. I don't even know what the hell that word is. When you completing the circle, wider shins, retire to the center and raise thy voice in the payan, the pain. It's like pain, but it's like payan. In the payan, with the words iopan, with the signs of the NOX, whatever that means. Some of you guys, you dark evil, you fucking wicked ones, you probably know what that means. Fuck out of here. He said, yeah, I'm a heavy target. Look up NSA brainwashing by the flyer. This is used on targets. Damn. Anyways, then it says part 5, function 5 of doing this ruby star ritual. You extend the arms in the front of the towel and say low but clear. Like you're literally doing yoga and chanting, and then you're supposed to say low but clear these fucking words in Greek. All right, hold on. Let me zoom in on the shit. You're supposed to know this prayer. You're supposed to know this ancient Babylonian fucking Greek gematria fucking hymn to fucking whatever the fuck this shit is. I'm not going to try to read it and do the actual gematria on a fucking gematrian unless it's absolutely necessary. Like if the quack pops in here, I'm going to tell him to read it, or I'm going to try to read it to him, I think. Or not. I'll try not to. We'll try not to read the old ancient fucking Greek fucking gematria witchcraft. I mean, what the fuck is this? This is witchcraft. You're like, you're supposed to go, oh, and then fucking start saying all this shit. What the fuck is this? Really? The 811? This is the 811 ritual. And it is doing gematria, by the way. This is different than the 4-cipher gematria, but it's still gematria according to Aleister Crowley gematria, doing Aleister Crowley gematria. All right, then part 6, you're supposed to repeat the cross Kabbalistic with the Q as above and end as thou dicest begin. So you just do it over and over again, dance around doing this shit. It's like you're supposed to get all fucking zapped out and whacked the fuck out doing this to manifest and banishing. And dude, they said this was an exorcist ritual, actually. That's what it says. Like, I'll read through this more, but it's like you can like exorcise past lovers and exorcise demons and exorcise dead people, whatever you want. You could do necromancy, gematria, and fucking, it's all, not only is it a fucking banishing ritual, but it's also a ritual. It's the ritual of the pentagram. Knowing is a hypnosis wheel, and knowing your own mind and who you are as a person, and then you have the control back. Hell yeah, thanks, Space Monkey. That's absolutely correct. And yes, T spells, it's fucking hilarious. Like, what the fuck is this shit? She said, no, don't read it. Okay, we're not going to read it. No, we're not going to read it. I'm sorry. I promise you. I'm sorry to even have to like show this type of shit on the fucking screen and talk about it like this, but Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking look at the fucking chant. Look, it's all in fucking, dude, it's all in, this is concerning. Try not to read this. So like, don't start fucking doing gematria in fucking ancient Greek and Jesuit and fucking 4-cipher. Dude, if you fucking decoded this, dude, you would be evil as fuck. Shame on you. How dare you? If you're that fucking evil, you copy and paste this shit and put it in the fucking 4-cipher. Dude, if you turn this into 4 ciphers, you're fucked up. I mean, that's some fucked up ass, fucking weirdo ass, fucking rat fucking shit. So you're supposed to like repeat the cross Kabbalistic, it says, as above, and then end as thou didst begin. All right, that's the ritual. That's like someone doing the ritual. All right. That's ridiculous. Is that fucking ridiculous? And if you think I'm playing, like, look at this website. It's like, dude, they literally have like a computerized version of like what the ritual is supposed to be like metaphysically, and it's like in a dark black room with like fucking flaming fucking pentagrams and hexagons on the floor, the ceiling, and all four sides of the wall. Look, like you're supposed to like draw out all these numbers all around you. If that makes any sense. To draw out shapes and sacred geometry and patterns and numbers out all around yourself from fucking foot to toe, head to toe, forwards, inside out, and backwards, pentagrams and hexagons. All right? That's how you do the fucking, if you really want to fucking get down, you could fucking like do it in a pitch black room and have fucking weirdos in a circle all around the shit and video it and fucking whoever the fuck is doing it or whatever. And whatever, for whatever the fuck they're trying to do. Does that make any sense? I mean, that's my understanding of this shit so far. So this is the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram dash LBRP and the lesser banishing ritual of the hexagram. All right. Too tired now, about to sleep. Thanks. The research will watch the rest tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to try to actually read this whole article of this ritual and what it is and what it's about, but it's fucking long. It's going to be long-winded. It's going to be really, 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 really quacky. And I'm going to try to get through it so you guys can understand what this fucking shit actually is, what they're talking about, gematria. And if you hear anybody coming up with any other fucking 811 gematria ritual that's more precise than this, please let us know. I don't think that just running the shit you find in 811 in the calculator actually counts a lick of shit as a provable ritual. So, but what I'm showing you here, this is an actual thing. There's actually like tons of videos of weirdos doing this ritual, which is gematria that comes directly from Aleister Crowley. Unbelievable. I'm losing them. They don't get it. They can't follow along. This is advanced gematria learning this evening. But I appreciate you got those of you that kind of get it, kind of get the humor. I'm trying to make it funny. Like, this shit really can't be that dark and evil all the time. Isn't that goofy as fuck? Like, they treat this shit like secret magic poison. They're like super satanic rituals, though. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what this actually is. I could even make the story of this ritual into like a metaphor of them doing the gematria. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I don't want to rush myself either. I'm doing a live stream. You know, this is serious. Somebody could, if they know what the fuck this is, if anybody knows what the fuck this actually is, you're welcome to come up here and like help explain what the fuck this. Can you guys explain yourselves, please? How did I find the 811 ritual? It's like just like the next one in line. They had the 411. They had the 111. They had the 211. They had the fucking, you know, they had the fucking 411. They had the 511. They have some old guy has the 611 code for Elvis, and then some other guy has the 711 code for rebuilding the third temple of the Kybalion, or whatever the fuck. This is an obvious advanced ritual of gematria, stepping up one step up the going up towards 33 types of Aleister Crowley gematria rituals that you could probably find. Does Aleister Crowley have more than 33 gematria rituals? Does anybody know, or is this just one? Is this like the highest one? You know what I think this is? This is the first one that they have to do. This is like the first main major ritual that they get to, moving up in the occult. Basically, this is the one they do to like proclaim going forth and doing their magic, from my understanding of what the fuck this says. You have to do this magic ritual if you want to be a magic ritual fraud, a fraudster, like a magic, like evil satanic demon that does weird rituals. You have to start out doing this ritual. This is like their main, this is like a gateway ritual into deeper Aleister Crowley, even more satanic fucking Aleister Crowley gematria. I don't know how they're not going to debunk this. They're not going to acknowledge this. They ain't going to say shit about this. They're going to deny this and lie and be like, we learned 4 ciphers from Aleister Crowley. No, I think you learned some weird fucking gematria ritual shit from Aleister Crowley, but it's not in 4 ciphers. This isn't 4 ciphers. This isn't 4 ciphers in English. And as a matter of fact, as I read through this, they acknowledge the knowing of the, it's basic common knowledge. Even Aleister Crowley knows that gematria is Hebrew. Unbelievable. I'm going to have to find another song after this song. All right, we'll get into this. So we're talking about the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, like the pentagon, like the pentagram. You guys know that? Like, this is like a greater and lesser and greater banishing and resurrection ritual that they actually do with, and it's actually gematria. The LBRP, the lesser and banishing ritual of the hexagram. All right, we'll get into the article about what the fuck this shit might actually be. The star ruby is the basic thelemic banishing ritual of the pentagram. The number of the Liber, XXV, is the square of 5, and the pentagram has the red color of Gabora. It is the first official ritual learned by the probationer to the A ... A ... the AA. That's another cult of Aleister Crowley, by the way. So when you're doing this ritual, like, you're either a higher or a lesser. So basically is what this saying is saying. It's the first official ritual learned by the probationer to the AA, in contrast to its antecedent, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. It is designed to elevate the aspirants, that means a young, hopeful convert, into Aleister Crowley gematria. The aspirant's consciousness to the solar phallic energy. Solar phallic. Star ruby, all right? The solar phallic energy of the Aeon of Horus. I'm sorry, Space Monkey and everyone. I hope if you guys are following along, this shit gets super duper quacky anyways, because nobody's probably ever looked at this whatsoever at all, except for like esoteric fucking weirdos that do that actually think they're doing this shit. Hold on. The definition of Gematria Part 1 song. It's kind of actually, this song kind of actually matches what we're talking about. It really sounds similar. Gematria, Aleister Crowley. The Order of the Golden Dawn, and the AA, and the OTO, and the BTOA, and Gematria. All right, where did I leave off? The solar phallic energy of the Aeon of Horus. All right. The first step in this effort is to equilibrate. The purpose of this, what does it say? I'm still trying to understand this too. I only read this like once or twice, and I don't really understand it. Oh, we're going to get to that. I was trying to ask the chat earlier, hey, what's good, Ice Queen Wella? Good evening. I'm not trying to like upset anyone that believes in the Kybalion, but I am genuinely curious. Is that like a religion or what? Maybe if we jump from the 811 fake gematria, no, not the fake gematria ritual, the actual gematria 811 ritual, the Star Ruby ritual information that we're looking into here. We're just researching all this. I'm not really sure. I don't really know. People that like told me they were into the Kybalion like lied to me a lot, and fucking I don't really trust them very much. It's not a religion. It's more Hermeticism. Well, I like that they like believe that. Like, I think they do believe that. I'm not convinced that it's actual Hermeticism. If Hermeticism is from Egypt and did they write it in stone somewhere? Is there like an original Kybalion that nobody ever found? They claim that it's from Egypt, but then it's like these seven hermetic principles that they like claim or whatever. And it really doesn't sound like anything from or to do with Egypt. But they say it's from Hermes Trismegistus. It's written by 3 authors. Really? That's what we're going to get into. We're going to try to explain this to you guys and help you guys out here with this. Have I read the Kybalion? I've read the little 7 hermetic principles. I don't know if there's really like what much more to it there is about it. 3 initiates, that's what it says. Yeah, so those 3 initiates that it's saying, one of them, let me see if you know what I'm talking about, if I got this right. One of them is the Egyptian god Thoth, supposedly. One of these 3 initiates. The other one is Hermes Trismegistus, which is a cross between a character from Lord Hermes or some shit from like a Greek god and some other guy that they crossed. Right? This is what it's supposedly, what they claim it to be. They claim that it's like the 3 initiates is Thoth, Hermes, and like Hermetic, some other like Greek god one or some other one. Hermes is Thoth from Egypt. No, that's what they claim. Hermes is not Thoth, by the way. Hermes is a character. Hermes is let me try to help you understand what this is. Hermes is a mythological character created. It's like it's Masonic doctrine is what it is. Hermes is like a character created to be a cross between Thoth and I forget what the Greek king, what his name was, like Hermes or someone. It's like a Greek guy. But Hermes Trismegistus is a mythological character that they created to like be a representative of those and all of those ideas. Right? So what in my opinion, the Kybalion is a big fat hoax. And I don't like, I'm no disrespect. If this is like some type of like a cult religion that I'm not like getting this quite right or some shit, please like help explain, because so far from my understanding, all right, we're gonna jump off from the 8/11 ritual since we got Ice Queen Wella, and shout out and salute to you. It's not a cult religion, it's just a book. It's like a book of like supposed philosophy, right? Like a positive, it's supposed to work like a positive philosophy. Is what they claim it to be. But it's crazy because the people that I know, like the Quack and people from his cult, claim that they were like really into this Kybalion, and that they don't go by like the Christianity or 10 Commandments or do unto others or anything. They like prefer the Kybalion for some reason. They're like, it's not quite as bad as, it's like similar to Aleister Crowley. They're like, it's kind of like do as thou wilt, but it's like you're supposed to have like a formula. It's like doing yoga, but like it's like a religious yogiosity type religiosity or some shit. Anyway, like unbelievable. They never really explain to you exactly what it is, too, either. They just tell you, they're like, you don't know about the Kybalion? You don't know about the Kybalion? So then I was like, really, the Kybalion, really? Let me look this shit up. And I'm just getting to this late because I've known about them using, a lot of cults use the fucking Kybalion. Like when you get like through the ranks of like this or that said cult, usually they'll like introduce you to the Kybalion when they don't want to, they want to diss of that, like they want a fraud religion. They don't want to have like whatever, like more other, maybe even greater, like kind of religious type principles. They want to revert you back to the Kybalion. So I looked it up. I looked up a basic internet search. Anybody can do this. It's not that hard to figure this out. And I hope you guys are listening to me, and I'm not trying to be rude or mean or like insincere or anything. I'm just showing you what I found. So I looked up who wrote the Kybalion. Yo, what's good? CM, salute. Law of vibrations, the law of rhythm, the gender, the correspondence, etc. Yeah, exactly. Those are the 7 Hermetic principles, supposedly. But I'm a little skeptical. Like, I'm not really buying it. The people that introduced me to the Kybalion weren't good. Like, they weren't good people at all. They're like super duper low vibe, and then they'll like accuse you of being a narcissist. And you're like, huh, I was trying to be like unbelievable. But anyway, so I looked it up, who actually wrote the Kybalion. I got this guy, this name came up. It's William Walker Atkinson. You won't believe this. Dude, this guy kind of reminds me of like the Jesuits or the Masons, or even maybe like Imperius, like grandfather or someone like that. So we we're talking about the Kybalion, but then we come back. Hold on. I'm going to play a video before I read this to you guys of how they present what this is. This is how they present what the fuck this shit is. They present this as like magical, esoteric knowledge. Oh, okay, that sucks. The person who introduced me was a douche too. Dude, I think the Kybalion is a fraud. I think it's a fucking garbage, fake religion, cult fucking little thing, that tactic thing that they have, that they do, that they use to like convince you that it's like some magic, esoteric knowledge. I'm truly convinced of this. I don't have any spiritual faith in something like the Kybalion, especially after what I just like learned about the Kybalion. And I'm going to get into it. Sorry, I'm dragging this out. These are long like in-depth research like topics that are not really that well known. They just beat it over your head. They just, when people come at you about the Kybalion, they're like, what, you never heard of the Kybalion? It's like the 7 Hermetic principles. 7, that's like a gematria number. What, are you stupid? And you're like, huh? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck, the Kybalion now? Now you're bad until you go read the Kybalion, they tell you. But look how quacky this shit is. Look, this is how they present the Kybalion. Here's another video about the Kybalion. The Kybalion.
The enigmatic 3 Initiates was published in 1908
The 3
and has
Initiates.
become a cornerstone of Hermetic philosophy. William Walker Atkinson, also known as Theron Q. Dumont,
Look how they brushed over the guy.
thought movement, is widely recognized as the primary author of the Kybalion, published under the pseudonym 3 Initiates. This book is a key work in modern occult literature, focusing on Hermetic philosophy. This ancient wisdom, originating from Egypt and Greece, is encapsulated in the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, or Thrice Great. Hermes Trismegistus is a mythical figure who is a blend of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, representing wisdom and communication. The Kybalion, penned by the enigmatic.
All right, so there's that one, and then I'm going to show one more, and then I'll read the article about the guy. Here's some ladies' take on the Kybalion.
Well, anyway, we can get into the juicy stuff here. That really tickled me because although I had to step away from our organized church practice for a while, I miss the community and the hearing like other people's little inner chatter sometimes. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about the Kybalion today, which is super fascinating. And I thought a good place to start would be to explain what is the Kybalion. It's a mystical text first published in 1908 by 3 anonymous authors under the pseudonym The 3 Initiates. It presents itself as a modern transmission of ancient Hermetic wisdom. It contains spiritual and philosophical teachings said to come from the ancient Egyptian sage Hermes Trismegistus. But the book doesn't just offer spiritual insight, it lays out a framework for understanding reality, consciousness, and the laws that govern both the inner and outer universe. It's often considered an esoteric manual for mastering mental alchemy, a manual for transforming the mind to align with higher truth. Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes, is what he's sometimes referred to, is a legendary figure revered in Hermetic tradition as a primordial teacher.
Really?
A
These
mystical
people are
archetype
teaching you
representing
Hermetic
divine
tradition, and
intelligence
it's
and
the
the bearer
7
of
Hermetic
sacred knowledge.
principles, really?
Parker has shared before about Hermes and probably knows
I'm
a
not
lot more
dissing
about
this lady
his
saying
origins
this,
than I
but like
do.
this is what
But
people
the material attributed to
they
Hermes is packed with
genuinely
timeless
believe
wisdom.
the
And
like
today we're
story
focusing on the
of
teachings of the
the
Kybalion, which offer a
Kybalion
map for conscious
for
living.
some reason.
They're tools for transformation, self-mastery, and understanding the divine architecture of the universe. For spiritual seekers, it's not just theory, it's a call to embody these principles, to align with the deeper order of life.
Anyway, we can get into the juicy stuff here.
Yeah, it's like really an intro. It's like just like a cult. It's like an intro into the occult, or into a cult, a legit cult. A lot of cults use the Kybalion. It's like a little intro pamphleteer into like a cult, basically. So here, let me. All right, I'll put this on super low. I could have an esoterica video on in the background. It's pretty like matches kind of this type of research. Esoterica is a good channel that actually has good research. I don't think this is that legit, actually. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be like, if anybody like thinks this is like their little Bible or whatever. We looked up the guy that wrote the Kybalion. We came up with this guy, William Walker Atkinson. And this is the guy. Look what he looks like. He looks like a Mason or like he looks like a Freemason or a Jesuit or like a Rosicrucian or he looks like he's from some dude. Who is this? What the fuck is this? Who's this guy? Listen to this. Listen to who he is. It says William Walker Atkinson, December 5th through 1862 through November 22nd till 1932. And I believe they say that he wrote the Kybalion. I don't know, that the Kybalion came out in sometime in the late 1800s. I don't know. It's the same guy that made up the Kybalion. Listen to what it says. He is an American attorney. He's an attorney. He was an American attorney, publisher, author, and pioneer in the New Thought movement. Oh yeah, be careful of those words and subtitles on the shorts. Yeah, I know. I got to be kind of more careful. Thanks, Space Monkey. Yikes. He is the presumed author of the pseudonymous works. You know what pseudonym means? That means he writes the shit with a pen name, which is a fake name. It's like he uses a fake identity to make up shit. And fucking, dude, he's like a fraudster. Look at this shit. Not only is he an attorney, not only is he writing pseudonymous works attributed to the Theron Q, is what it says, Dumont and Yogi Ramachakra. All right, so he's kind of like a yogi. He is the presumed author of the pseudonymous works attributed to Theron Q, Dumont, and Yogi Ramachakra. So he fucking writes super quacky fucking those are his other pen names, his other pseudonyms. He's in his pen names are, look, here's the guy. It says when he was born and died. It says his pen names are Theron Q, Dumont, and Yogi Ramachakra. All right. Yeah. Yikes. All right. It says his occupation, he's an author and a hypnotist. All right. This guy is a hypnotist attorney. He's an attorney hypnotist. He's a hypnotist. He wrote an estimated 100 books, all in the last 30 years of his life. He was mentioned in past editions of Who's Who in America, in Religious Leaders of America, and in similar publications. His works have remained in print more or less continuously since 1900. His family and early career. William Walker Atkinson was born in Baltimore, Maryland on December 5th, 1862 to Emma and William Atkinson. I'm not trying to demonize this guy either. I'm just pointing out that he's like an attorney and he's a hypnotist. He's a hypnotist. Think about that. Count to 7. He's like the count. He's like a fucking attorney. He's like, you count to 7 and $700,000 of yours comes to me. Buy my pamphlet or whatever. He's like a quack. He's like one of the original quacks, in my opinion. He began his working life at least he works. He worked as a grocer, 15-year-old. He married Margaret Foster Black of Beverly, New Jersey in October 1889, and they had 2 children. Their first child died young. The second later married and had 2 daughters. Damn. Atkinson pursued a business career from 1882 onwards to 1894 and was admitted as an attorney to the Bar of Pennsylvania. While he gained much material success in his profession as a lawyer, the stress and overstrain eventually took its toll. And during this time, he experienced a complete physical and mental breakdown. They do that as a way of self-actualization. That's weird. It is weird. I don't want to make any determinations about this or how good or bad the Kybalion might actually be or not, but dude, I swear to God, reading this, I was getting like Operation Project MK Ultra vibes. Like just the fact that he's a hypnotist. And it's the Kybalion. All right. He gained much material success in his profession as a lawyer. The stress and overstrain eventually took its toll, and during this time, he experienced a complete physical and mental breakdown and financial disaster. He looked for healing, and in 1900, he found it with suggestive therapeutics, later attributing the restoration of his health, mental vigor, and material prosperity to the application of the principles of New Thought. Collaboration with Dr. Parkin and Suggestion Magazine in the early. Listen to this. This is crazy. This guy is like an MK Ultra mind control doctor, basically. During the 1980s, Chicago had become a prominent center for the New Thought movement. All right. Largely due to the early influence of Emma Curtis Hopkins and later the Chicago School of Psychology run by Dr. Herbert A. Parkin. Yeah, damn, this is crazy research. This is deep. I didn't even know this until I heard you guys talking about it the other day. Look, there's a little news article. This shit's crazy. Look at this shit. The Wandered Mind, it's called Wandered Mind a Blank for more than 6 weeks. Yeah, damn, that's fucking, my mind is blown just as much as yours. When I skimmed through this yesterday, when I found this, I was like, what in the hell? I need to do a stream about the Kybalion. This is ridiculous. And the 811 code. W.W. Atkinson knows he was in Chicago during that period, all the rest unknown. And it's this weird article. I didn't see all that. Yeah, you got to look down through and read this whole fucking Wikipedia. I'm just reading the Wikipedia page on the guy. This is crazy. I've heard of the Kybalion, but I never heard about the guy that wrote the Kybalion and like maybe what this might mean. In the spring of 1900, Atkinson disappeared from Philadelphia without any word to his family or colleagues and arrived at the Daily Free Clinic operated by Dr. Parkin at his Chicago school, seeking treatment for nervous prostration. He remained there for 6 weeks under Dr. Parkin's care. Upon his reappearance, he told the press that he had no clear recollection of his whereabouts during his absence, aside from a vague impression of having been in Chicago. Yeah, I didn't see all that either. That's crazy. Shortly thereafter, Atkinson relocated permanently to Chicago with his wife and child. This is William Walker Atkinson is pictured in a part of the Chicago School of Psychology class of July 1900. He's the guy right there circled on the picture. The Chicago School of Psychology in 1900. This guy. He sounds lost and possibly indoctrinated. Yeah, dude, this looks like a picture of like a Masonic group of some sort. And they have, dude, look at on the far left, they have a guy flopped out like in a hospital bed. And it's like all the psych doctors and nurses and shit. And you know, like back in those days, they're doing some fucking weird fucking shit. Like, dude. Anyways, following his move, Atkinson, ritualistic type, weird ass fucking hospital type, like insane asylum type shit, experimentation type shit. MK Ultra doctor. Dude, I'm really getting MK Ultra psych doctor vibes about this Kybalion. More so than I believe that this guy knows fucking the culture of Egypt, really. Unbelievable. Following his move, he spent several months studying directly under Dr. Parkin. During this time, he underwent full training in Parkin's system. Listen to this. Following his move, Atkinson spent several months studying directly under Dr. Parkin. During this time, Atkinson underwent full training in Parkin's system of suggestive therapeutics and became aligned with the broader effort to establish the legitimacy of law of suggestion. Psychology back then was crazy. Yeah, no, look, they're developing the legitimacy to the law of suggestion for suggestive therapeutics. Oh, wow. Yeah, oh, wow. All right. Law of suggestion, establishing the legitimacy of the law of suggestion. His background in legal debates as an attorney, combined with strong writing and organizational skills, led Parkin to invite him to contribute to Suggestion. It sounds like a book, some psych book some old psych book from the 1900s. How they probably have number manipulation tactics and all that type of shit in there. And he teaches the 7 hold on. I don't want to interject my, like, I want to just go off on him and be like, it's one of these elite he's on Epstein's Island before the island existed or whatever. They were doing he had a fucking secret dentist or whatever, like, type shit. But I don't want to pass judgment before we read through this more. Unsigned editorial pieces for suggestion. Over several months, Parkin gradually introduced more metaphysical interpretation of the mental sciences into his magazine through the writings of Atkinson, assigning him unsigned editorial pieces that integrated his voice into the journal. Parkin positioned Atkinson as a strategic addition to the broader effort to extend suggestive therapeutics into everyday life. In addition to being an effective writer who attributed personal benefit to Parkin's methods, Atkinson brought professional experience in corporate law and financial risk assessment. Training in both Parkin's clinical applications and occult theories would shape Atkinson's future writings and establish many of the core beliefs and methods he would continue to promote through his career. Voice into the journal. Atkinson would become a close lifelong collaborator with Dr. Parkin and emerge as one of his most visible proteges. And I'm not sure if this other guy, Dr. Parkin or Atkinson's, are really that diabolical or evil or not, but they are developing tactics and methods for suggestive therapy. So, I mean, whatever that tells you. If you know anything about mind control or like any of that shit. First published work on New Thought. Really? New Thought? I don't trust attorneys. Yeah, no, this is super sketchy in my opinion. Dude, in my opinion, Wella, this is like super duper duper sketchy. But I don't really know. I don't fucking know. This is old as fuck. This is from 1900. But the quacks still tell you to like get the Kybalion. When they try to, right before they try to fraud you, they're like, you don't know Gematria and the Kybalion and Aleister Crowley and like every fucking wicked evil thing. They're like, you don't know about the fucking, unbelievable. You don't know about the satanic cipher? I mean, you don't even know Gematria. You don't even know the Kybalion. I mean, this is like fucking scumfuck shit as far as I'm concerned. In December 1900, as far as I can tell, Atkinson's first published work on New Thought appeared in Suggestion magazine under the title the law of mental control. The law of mental control. Sounds like mind control. This would be a series of 4 articles with the titles The Functions of the Mind and The Real Self, Character Building by Mental Control, and I Can and I Will. These are like their mantras. Attracts a lot of narcissists. Yeah, there's some people that sell the Kybalion. They have like little like ad channels online. They're like, buy the magical Kybalion, and it's like some slick fucking sales guy and a fucking, literally, dude, it's a fucking craziest shit I ever seen. I was like, what the fuck is this? The guy's dressed up like a not like a regular suit, like a satanic suit. Like the guy looks like he's in like a mob suit, he's like has his hair all slicked back, and he like comes into like a barber shop, and he has like all the barber fucking shit, and he's like, I'm a fucking slick. He's like, I'm the slickest motherfucker, and he's like, buy the Kybalion or whatever the fuck. I'm like, what in the fuck is this? Really? And they tell you to buy the Kybalion? They think they're above everything and they have secret knowledge. Yeah, and it's fake. I think it's fake. I think it's part of mind control. The real self, character building by mental control, and I can and I will. This series presented Dr. Parkin's main concepts behind the field of suggestive therapeutics and would soon be expanded into the book, a series of lessons in personal magnetism, psychic influence, thought force, concentration, willpower, and practical mental science. The ideas in the series and the following book created the foundation for the teachings and methods that would derive Atkinson's writing career. Yeah, for a beginner, it's eye-opening. I was too. I was like, whoa, the Kybalion. That sounds like the Kabbalah almost. It almost sounds like Kabbalah. That's like magical, secret, old fucking Egyptian. That's like, that's Hermetic. Isn't that Hermetic? It's like Hermetic, kind of. I think they say it's from Hermetics. I don't think this shit's Hermetic at all. I think these people made up some method to like brainwash people to like go into the cult. Willpower, practical mental science. The ideas in the series and the following book created the foundation for the teachings and methods that would define his writing career, aka the Kybalion, and was the key to his rise in prominence within the New Thought movement. Really, the New Thought movement? Doesn't that sound like the New World Order or New Think or New Speak or New Gematria, or like unbelievable? Atkinson's role in suggestion was to extend the application of Parkin's law of suggestion beyond clinical treatment into self-culture. Yeah, it's like New Ageism. That's exactly what it is. I'm glad you understand and didn't like take offense like I was like trying to attack. I have no idea what your beliefs might be or how this like is up or down or whatever. I don't know. I'm not trying to like flip anything you think upside down, and maybe there is value to the 7 Hermetic principles, but I don't think it's actually from Egypt. I think it's from this guy who's like a lawyer, or he's like it's unbelievable. I don't really have any beliefs. I just like to research and learn about things and integrate information. Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's good. So I'm not offending anyone. Thank God. Jesus Christ. The last thing I need is like someone who's like super into this shit and they're like satanic as fuck. And they're like, Aleister Crowley is God. And they know how to do all the chants coming in here yelling at me. And be like, Jesus Christ, what are you with the quack? You're like one of the fucking quacks. The only one that I know who actually does that is quackery, by the way. The one that I'm trying to trigger, the one of these Kybalion expert gematrians that I'm trying, Aleister Crowley gematria experts, that I'm trying to trigger is the quack, but the quack won't acknowledge any of this. So we're just gonna like share the research regardless. The quack, he's like, it's in the Kabbalah. All right. Beyond clinical treatment and into self-culture, thought force, and psychic phenomena, presenting the system in terms familiar to metaphysicality inclined readers. In doing so, metaphysically inclined readers. In doing so, he translated suggestive therapeutics into the language of new thought, while directing that audience towards disciplined and demonstrable methods rather than speculative or sensational. Lectures at the University of Psychic Science. In 1901, Atkinson was appointed the first instructor at Parkins' newly established University of Psychic Science. Under Parkins' direction, Atkinson offers series of lessons at the university that blended practical psychology with the emerging theories of vibration through transference and mental polarity. The material that Parkin and Atkinson developed, even this channel I'm listening to is talking about Hermetic philosophy, but his research is way better, and he's talking about like the emerald tablet from the amphitheater. He's like actually has the real research. Sorry, I'm back. I clicked out off the tab on accident. I hope you guys are still here following along. This guy's actually talking about the real research of what all this stuff actually is. Like his research, like when he talks about Hermetic stuff, he has the actual like way better, deeper research than what I'm finding out what this actually is. So transfer theories of vibration through transference and mental polarity. The material that Parkin and Atkinson developed for these lectures was compiled into the book A Series of Lessons in Personal Magnetism. So published through Parkins University of Psychic Science with Atkinson listed as the author. This was the first book issued by William Walker Atkinson and marked the beginning of his long literary career in psychological and metaphysical studies. Parkin shortly afterwards retitled the book as Thought Equals Force. Really? Dude, that sounds like how the gematria is. Fucking what the gematria is, dude. Really? Thought equals force? Does thought equal force in fake gematria? That would be a dead giveaway right there. Thought equals force in business and everyday life to teach a broader readership. And then here's whatever the thing they're talking about, personal magnetism with the guy. What would you recommend reading? I don't know. Read all this stuff. Read about this stuff. I don't know. Read beyond. Look up who wrote each Kabbalah, whatever they talk about, and they're like, yeah, the gematria is from the Kabbalah. Be like, which one? Can we look at the actual Kabbalah and like do a word term search and see if it has 4 ciphers of gematria in there or what? Read all this shit. Don't just stop when they tell you to like you're dumb because you don't know the Kybalion. Look up who wrote the Kybalion and see what the fuck this shit actually might be. Atkinsonia. Here's some other publication, the Atkinsonia. Those lessons of mine. Shit's coming out of Chicago. And I don't want to make any like speculative determinations, or I don't want to say one thing led to another. Or, I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there is occultist weirdos. I'd have to look that up if there's if there's any like in crime history, if there's like people that were quacked out off of the Kybalion or anything like that, that'd be interesting if there is any Kybalion serial killers or people that like did instead of like a manifesto, they had the Kybalion in their fucking backpack or some shit. I'm pretty sure a lot of cults. I watched a lot of cult documentaries, and they said they start teaching them the Kybalion. Yeah, the Kybalion starts off by saying, "You will find this book when it finds you." I always thought that was weird. That is weird. This shit's weird as fuck. Why would a book that's supposedly like from Hermes Trismegistus and Thoth from Egypt and having to do with Hermeticism come from some guy who's like an attorney and a hypnotist? That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever at all. And the guy is like, they're like framing methods for like suggestive therapy. Okay, in 1901, Atkinson formally assumed, in the 1900s, that's crazy work, assumed the title of associate editor, and then this shit permeated through all the like occult circles. They're like, Kybalion, everyone that talks about the Kybalion, it's like more eviler than the next. They're like, it's esoteric Egyptian magic from the Kybalion, quack, or whatever the fuck. You guys ever notice that? Like when you hear like all the researchers talking about the Kybalion, they're like, it's the Kybalion, Hermes Trismegistus, magic. Use like a fucking, yeah, they're always white and rich. I know. Unbelievable. I didn't really want to go there, but like it's all kind of, when I showed the guy, it's like kind of obvious. Specialized new thought teaching. All right, let's go on. Through suggestions, wide-reaching promotional campaigns highlighting Atkinson's lectures, courses, and books, Atkinson was established as a prominent figure within the mental science and new thought community. Suggestions, strong editorial influence across the physical science pressed further, elevated Atkinson to a position of leadership that other journals respected and emulated. He has this shit. Look at this. Get a load of this. Tell me this ain't some Jesuit-ass, Mason-looking ass shit. The New Thought magazine. This was their magazine, really? The New Thought magazine. Look, with the big old fucking Jesuit fucking sun fucking symbol, like a ruby star fucking sun ritual, 8-11 ritual fucking gematria symbol for the New Thought fucking magazine, really? Unfucking believable. The Psychic Club Watch World. Look, this is what it says on here. Look. The Psychic Club Watch World in the middle of the sun. With the Dude, I'm telling you, this shit is quacky as fuck, bro. I never heard the quacks teach about none of this shit, but they're like, learn the Kybalion. What are you, stupid? You don't know the Kybalion? The Psychic Club, LOL. Yeah, the New Thought, the Psychic Club Watch World. Before that says, before the tongue can speak in the presence of the masters, it must have lost the power to wound. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. It's unbelievable. That's what it says on there, like in the middle of the sun. I stopped reading the article. I read the fucking shit on the fucking magazine cover. Quote, the Psychic Club or Watch World, July 1902. Quote, before the tongue can speak in the presence of the masters, it must have lost the power to wound. So before, what is that? What do you guys think that means? What I think that means is that before you talk to your fucking master, you better not criticize them. You're not allowed to criticize authority. Don't you fucking dare question the Kybalion. You know, how dare you? If you even question the fucking Kybalion, you're bad. Like it's a warning. It's like a threat. Listen to it again. Listen very carefully what it says. It's like when I don't want to make a modern analogy of this too much, but like the Psychic Club Watch World, they're warning you, but quote, before the tongue can speak in the presence of the masters of the elite, it must have lost the power to wound. So you can't talk badly to the elite. You know, you're supposed to just fucking accept any fucking thing they say or do. Basically, I think that's what that means. Yeah, they're watching you. That's what it means. Exactly, Ice Queen Willa. The master is the all. LOL. In 1901, Parkin brought Atkinson together with his time-long protege Sidney B. Flower to establish New Thought magazine. Flower had worked with Parkin for several years as his business manager and publicist, as well as editor of the Hypnotic magazine, the secretary of the Chicago School of Psychology. The new journal would fully shift emphasis from clinical instructions to the metaphysical and physiological foundations of the mental sciences. Yeah, and we live in its imagination, right. In mental sciences, presenting its material in the language of the New Thought movement. In December 1901, he assumed editorship of New Thought magazine, a post which he held until 1905. During these years, he built for himself an enduring place in the hearts of its readers, with article after article flowing from his pen. Meanwhile, he also founded his own Success Circle and briefly ran his Atkinson School of Mental Science. Both were located in the same building as the Psychic Research Company and New Thought Publishing Company. Publishing career and use of pseudonyms. Atkinson wrote under many pseudonyms and false personas. His work was released by a series of publishing houses with shared addresses, and as these personas wrote for a series of magazines and shared roster of authors, all edited by Atkinson. His pseudonymous authors acted first as contributors to the periodicals, then spun off into their own book writing careers, with most of the books being released by Atkinson's own publishing houses. New Thought Publishing, so it's all a grift? Yeah, it's a publishing company scam with like a lawyer guy who's like a hypnotist, and they're into like occultism, and he claims to be a yogi and some other guy, and fucking they have like a bunch of front companies and like unbelievable. These are the original like fraudsters, basically. They're like, buy my book. You what? You don't know fucking Hermeticism? You don't know Hermeticism? Who are you? The 7 Hermetic principles could replace the 10 commandments, you know? Basically is what this is. He wrote under many, his pseudonymous authors acted first as contributors to periodicals. All right. The magazine Advanced Thought, billed as a journal of the New Thought, practical psychology, yogi philosophy, constructive occultism, metaphysical healing, etc., was edited by Atkinson and advertised articles by Atkinson and Theron Q. Dumont. The latter two were later credited by Atkinson. Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme, and he has like 3 different identities. He is the 3 authors of the Kybalion, by the way. He is those 3 characters, but he's calling himself Thoth and Hermes Trismegistus and some other guy. And the unfucking believable. Listen to this. The latter two were credited to Atkinson, had the same address as the Yogi Publishing Company, and had the same address as the Yogi Publishing Society, which published the works attributed to Yogi Ramachakra. All right. It is sad. It's fucking, this is disgusting that they use this shit to like trick people, because you'll never figure out what the fuck this actually is. Swami, the Yogi Ramachakra Advanced Thought carries articles by Swami Baka Vishita. But when it came time for Vishita's writings to be collected in book form, they were not published by the Yogi Publishing Society. Instead, they were published by the Advanced Thought Publishing Company, the same house that brought out the Theron Q. Dumont books and published Advanced Thought. He was responsible for helping to publish the magazine's Suggestion from 1900 and 1901, New Thought from 1901 to 1905, and Advanced Thought from 1906 to 1916. Atkinson was a past president of the International New Thought Alliance. They made it sound like three wise men, and we don't know where it came from, like it was some ancient info we were getting access to. Meanwhile, it's an attorney's publishing house, and the guy's a hypnotist. I mean, really? I'm just being skeptical. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, really? A fucking hypnotist? Fucking attorney? Really? Mail fraud charges. All right, here it's getting juicy. Listen to this shit. Mail fraud charges. In 1919, the United States Postal Office Department investigated Atkinson's Advanced Thought Publishing Company and the Yogi Publishing Company, both operating out of the Masonic Temple in Chicago. The inquiry, wait, what? Hold on. Really? Unfucking believable. Both are operating out of the Masonic Temple in Chicago. The inquiry focused on allegations of misleading advertising and potentially fraudulent use of the mail for the sales of metaphysical books, pseudonymous authorship, and the accuracy of promotional materials, particularly those related to health and astrology. Inspectors raised concerns about several promotional items, including an astrological device called the Planetary Hour Indicator. Dude, that sounds exactly like the new Gematrianator calculator, the astronumeric calculator. That's exactly what that sounds like. They had some fucking, really, in 1919? Yeah, that's wild. I'm glad at least some of you guys appreciate this type of research that we do over here. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. He had an astrological device, really, called a planetary hour indicator in the book. Doesn't that sound like fake gematria? Yeah, like the Gematrix. No, the Gematrianator calculator. There's the Gematrianator calculator, there's Gematrix, and there's like the Gematrianator new calculator is the astronumerical calculator. Look it up. Unfucking believable. And it's super occultish. Here's where it gets weird, and I don't know. There's something weird here that like is kind of like more deeply personal to me, but I'm going to read on. He had a planetary hour indicator in the book called Private Sex Lessons of a Physician, really, citing exaggerated claims and vague authorship. Testimony revealed that the Yogi Publishing Company had found by William Walker Atkinson and unnamed associates and was later sold to Miss Ollie Gould. Unbelievable. Really, the Gould? Unfucking believable. Yeah, Private Sex Lessons of a fucking publisher. What the fuck is that? Like, unbelievable. No, Private Sex Lessons of a Physician. is what it's called. Ollie Gould, and had previously worked with Sidney B. Flower. The figure Yogi Ramachakra, quote unquote, was identified by inspectors as a pseudonym, and Miss Gould confirmed that the name did not refer to an actual individual, but is used for a series of books authored by Atkinson and unnamed associates. Inspectors also questioned the provenance of other pseudonymous works such as the Zodiac Mysteries, Sex Force, and Secret Doctrines of the Rosicrucians. Really, out of a Masonic lodge, and noted the authorship and publication information was frequently withheld or misrepresented in correspondence. The case was settled with the promise to revise promotional materials, cease distributing contested items such as the planetary hour indicator, and remove references to health remedies in future publications. Why would a physician be doing this? Because they're trying to find methods of doing mind control. I don't know. In the 1890s, Atkinson became interested in Hinduism. After 1900, he promoted yoga and Oriental occultism in the West. Atkinson claimed to have an Indian co-author, which was common among the New Thought and New Age writers of his era, who often embraced a vaguely toxic theme of Orientalism. In the writings, he credited Hindus, Buddhists, or Sikhs with possession of special knowledge and secret techniques of clairvoyance, spiritual development, sexual energy, health, or longevity. Why is he had no Indian? Yeah, no, this is crazy. He's like, Atkinson started writing a series of books under the name Yogi Ramachakra in 1903, ultimately releasing more than a dozen titles under the pseudonym. The Ramachakra books were published by the Yogi Publication Society. Dude, doesn't this sound like some type of like scam? He's like, he has to like, hey, what's good, Arwella?
Hey, I thought I might as well join you since I'm just
That's
typing
you,
away in the
right?
comments.
You, Ice Queen Wella, right? Arwella?
Arawella, yeah, it's just Arawella, yeah.
Right on.
Ice Queen
Oh,
Wella,
yeah.
that's me, yeah.
I mean, is this like mind blowing? I didn't even get to the part where it says he wrote the Kybalion yet.
Yeah, it's already kind of like discrediting him in my mind a bit because it's just a book I came across that someone recommended me to read,
Right.
and I found some of the principles really interesting, but from
Sure. Like, I don't
what
want to
you're
take
saying, and then
away
I'm going back
from,
into my like memory, and I'm like,
I don't
okay,
want to take
maybe,
away from like a positive interpretation someone could have. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's not really the
Some
point
of
of
it
what
was
I'm
positive.
saying.
Other parts were a bit cult-like. If when you start reading it, it talks about the three
Yeah, no,
initiatives.
they always talk about this
Yeah,
Kybalion like it's some super dark secret esoteric
that's how they.
knowledge
Yeah,
from
because
Egypt.
they make it sound like because it starts off by saying that if you find this like this knowledge, it's found you, so no one could ever understand or read it unless it's been
It's kind
opened
of
up in your
cool that
mind.
it like points you towards like deeper,
It
older
does, yeah.
esoteric
But you
knowledge,
have to be
but
open-minded enough to do that. So I think if you get stuck in it, and
yeah, and
if
I'm
you've
not
got to
trying to
read it
be
with an
like
open
stuck in
mind.
it. I'm just
Yeah.
like reading through this and just learning all this now. And I think I thought it was so crazy. I literally wanted to read through the whole fucking shit of this shit on a stream and just kind of show what this actually is.
Yeah. Yeah. It does come from like a bit of, because when I kind of did search Hermeticism after I kind of read it, a lot of people that were into Hermeticism were like, oh, the Kybalion's crap. It's crap. It doesn't really, it's not real Hermeticism. And I just thought, well, if it wasn't for that, none of us would be here,
It's almost like presenting itself as a type of a replacement for religion where there's like an empty
Yeah.
void.
That's where I was coming from because I grew up like in Islam and I kind of came out of that. So it was like I was getting out of that mind frame. And I think when you're stuck in like an indoctrination, you kind of go the other side and you're like, oh, you know, it helps you, it does help you kind of get unindoctrinated from one thing because you're like, oh, this is all the same. Oh, look, these are
Yeah,
the 7
because a lot
laws.
of
Yeah.
from reading this, like there's some of their methods is like self-control and all that type of
Yeah.
stuff.
It's like whatever within
I
comes
feel
without,
like
you
they
know.
could use
Yeah.
this for good or for evil, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, it's like everything, there's a rhythm to everything. The seasons, you know, have rhythm to it. The waves, everything is in motion. The atoms are moving. Nothing is, you know, there's nothing that
I'm
stands
not really
still. It's,
convinced from what I'm looking at that the 7 Hermetic principles are actually from Hermeticism at all.
do you
Like
think
it
the
just
law of
seems like
like
something they made up to
what
have a
about
number.
what about like the yeah, the 7, yeah. I think they just use that number as a symbol, but like what about the law of like as within, so without, or the law of degrees? Like
Wait,
everything
say again?
as you know that I've heard it in Hermeticism, like where they say as within, so without. So there's like a mirror.
Interesting.
It's like everything is a mirror. So however you feel within kind of comes without.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what it
And
was
then
kind of saying.
yeah, I think that there's, and then also the degrees thing, like there's no such thing as hot or cold. It's just different degrees of the same thing. So you could kind of use alchemy to kind of change your
Do you think
perception.
it's like a little suspicious that this guy is like writing in pseudonyms as like
Yeah,
Indian
that's
people?
what I'm like, okay, this is, and when he said publishing house, like this wasn't, because the way they present it, it's like this thing that some 3 initiatives came together and they found this, not like, you know, the Bible where you have like what do you
The
call
Trinity, like
the Jesus is, what is his friends
it's like an
companions.
esoteric version of the Holy
Yeah.
Trinity or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have like the companions who, was it companions who came together and they all wrote bits and pieces of it and they turned it into a book, and someone found it and turned it into a book. I think that's kind of what it's playing on, because it's like the 3 initiatives, nobody knows who they are. They just, you know, so and so whoever reads this, you know, it's one of those things that you have to go and search
You
for
mind
it.
if I keep reading a little
Yeah,
bit and then
please. Yeah.
we'll kind of touch on it more?
Yeah, sure.
So it says, I'm just reading like straight off of Wikipedia, like going straight down the article. It says Atkinson created 2 more Indian personas, Swami Baka Vishita and Swami Panchadasi. Neither of these identities wrote on Hinduism, instead focused on divination and mediumship, including Oriental quote unquote, it has it in quotes, forms of clairvoyance and seership. Of the 2, Swami Baka Vishita was more popular, and with the more than 30 titles to his credit, he eventually outsold the yogi Ramachakra Persona, which was also him. During the 1910s, Atkinson created another persona, that of Theron Q. Dumont. This identity was supposed to be French, and his works, written in English and published in Chicago, combined an interest in New Thought with ideas about training of the will. Sounds like Aleister Crowley, do as thou will. Memory enhancement and personal magnetism. Dual career in later years. So it just goes on, and I don't know. He doesn't sound that bad or diabolical, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe people like took his shit and used it in nefarious ways. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point. Because like all these pseudonyms and all these different ethnicities, like what's the point of that? Like he's French, he's Indian,
I guess
he's
when you're an author
American.
back in the day, you got to find ways to make book sales, because like how much shit you got
But if
to.
you're somebody who really believes in like, you know, the new age movement and like manifestation, like you just, you know, wouldn't you just kind of rely more on yourself than trying to trick people? Because then you
Well,
would,
you would
you know,
kind
you
of
have
go
that.
along with this. You would kind of go along with this type of teachings of stuff and not really know any better. You wouldn't probably be able to determine, like
But
if
if
you
you're
were
not
a new
practicing what
age
you're
student,
preaching,
quote
yeah.
unquote, you might not be able to determine the difference between a Basha Swami or whatever and the dude's not even real, and you think it's
Yeah.
like some type of religion, like religiosity, like that you like or whatever, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, look at this.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know
if
if that makes sense.
if you're not practicing what you're preaching though, if you're somebody who believes in manifestation and like, things come to you, then all you need to do is be yourself. You don't need to, that just kind of goes against your teaching and it makes you a quack, like you say. Because it's like if this was true and what you're saying was true and all you needed to use is like your thinking or whatever, and you control your thoughts and you control the world, then why must you go around and change yourself
Right,
to fit other people's
right.
world?
There's probably a good way to use this for manifestation, I suppose. I
Yeah,
just think it's so interesting. It's not from like any culture. It's not actually what it's claiming itself to be. It's like some guy that's like a attorney and a hypnotist. I just
yeah,
think
who
that's
found, and I think in
strange.
the early 1900s, if you look at like what was going on at the time, there were so many like new age people coming out with books and people were into like that type of stuff. You have like people like I don't know if you've heard of like Neville Goddard, all these like, new age
Sounds
people.
familiar.
It was a huge boom in that type of stuff. I don't know if it was related to like the Industrial Revolution or something, but a lot of people started to want to, you know, do the whole manifestation thing, move away from like religion. And it was working. People were making money, they were getting famous, they were getting popular. You're writing books. You had like even within Christianity, you had the um the people who would preach prosperity preachers or something. And everything was
Right.
like, if you think it, you can do it. And you just think hard enough, and they were interpreting the Bible to be like this inner struggle as opposed to like actual events.
That's
So
what
that
I
was a
kind of
huge
think a
thing.
lot of this type of stuff is. It's like they're taking old esoteric and religious knowledge and like just scrambling it through the ages in my kind of like idea about it. I don't know. Not
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
have the pure or know the pure true like original teaching or nothing, but
It's Chinese whisper, some of it. Like, it's like it's like what is it, Seneca? I don't know if you heard of that Seneca quote, but I think Seneca said like religion is for the dumb, and like people believe in that, and then wise people think religion is false. No, so religion is true for dumb people. Wise people say religion is false, and for the rulers, it's useful. So I think people were getting to a point where they've made their money, they're living comfortably. So what's the next stage? It's kind of like Maslow's hierarchy, where you go back. You've done this, you've done that. Now you're trying to like
yeah, I
self-actualize.
suppose it like kind of just
Yeah,
shows like the evolution of psychology, really. But
yeah, and the needs as well. Like
and
that's a
I
need.
get that. I'm not like trying to be that down on him, but like I don't like really the quack. He's like it's the gematria from the Kybalion, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
You
yeah, and
buy
people
my
like to
fucking gematria book.
romanticize the they like to romanticize the history in the past as well, not knowing exactly what went on
It seems like
during
they're
that time.
trying to sell something, but it's like slightly deceptive in a way, but it's like presenting itself good, but it's like not really quite true because it's not true. It's like it's fake shit. It's like, yeah, no, fucking Thoth is not Hermes Trismegistus. Sorry, but that's just doctrine. That's a like mythology, basically.
Yeah,
I don't know why they want to change history that much like that.
they want to make it their own. Like they want to move it away from like it's this whole idea of being relatable. They want to either whitewash or blackwash or turn it into like you get people from all types of backgrounds and races claiming things as theirs. You know. So
Right.
I think that kind of goes to it because they wouldn't be able to relate to someone in
I think
Timbuktu. So
charlatans, this type of stuff is easy for
yeah,
charlatans to use because they'll be like, you didn't even know about the Kybalion until you learned it from me.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's not even that. I mean, some
You're
of it,
not
it's
even
a
as
good
good as me.
starting
I
point.
practice the Kybalion, you know?
Yeah. Or don't say that, or like it's when they police what you say as well. Or if you
Like,
say
dude, I
that, then
read the
something
same
bad's gonna
fucking
happen.
Kybalion thing you're fucking looking at. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
In
I think
addition,
it's
hold on, let me
crazy.
read more a little bit. In
Yes.
addition, I appreciate like having some introspection too, and people listening in. In addition to writing and publishing a steady stream of books and pamphlets, Atkinson started writing articles for Elizabethtown's New Thought magazine, Nautilus, as early as November 1912, while from 1916 to 1919, he simultaneously edited his own journal, Advanced Thought. During the same period, he also found time to assume role of the honorary president of the International New Thought Alliance. So he became the president of the New Thought Alliance International. Jesus Christ. Among the collaborators with whom Atkinson may have been associated was the mentalist C. Alexander, the Crystal Seer, whose New Thought booklet of affirmative prayer, personal lessons, codes, and instructions for members of the Crystal Silence League, now, published in Los Angeles during the 1920s, contained on its last page an advertisement for an extensive list of books by Atkinson, Dumont, Ramachakra, Vishita, and Atkinson's possible collaborator, the cult leader and self-styled spiritual authority on occultism, L.W. de Lawrence.
Oh wow, I've heard of the Lawrence.
His death, he died. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that guy either, but supposedly this thing is titling him the cult leader and self-styled spiritual authority on occultism. Like, let me look up who he is real quick. He's a hypnotist. He's an American hypnotist, occult author, and publisher. I'll have to look at more of that one later. But all right, then his writings. Atkinson was a prolific writer whose books achieved wide circulation among New Thought devotees and occult practitioners. He published under several pen names, including Magnus Incognito, Theodore Sheldon, Theron Q. Demont, Swami Panchadasi, Yogi Ramachakra, Swami Baka Vishtata, and probably other names not identified. He is also popularly held to be one, if not all, of the 3 initiates who anonymously authored the Kybalion.
That's, I think, no, that's crazy because some of these authors I've heard of, and, when you compare it's like as if he's trying to start a whole industry. And so he's the main person behind all the different research. So when you try and compare it, it goes back to what he wants to push. So there's no contradictions and,
Right. That's what
it's
really
crazy.
makes me really skeptical and suspicious of this, is because how come when people teach about esoteric knowledge and the occult and all this stuff, and they'll talk about the Kybalion, but they won't tell you who this guy is, and they won't tell you about all these other shit that he publishes.
I think
It's
because
like
the
other
Kybalion has
pseudonyms.
because the Kybalion is meant to be like no one knows who the author is, right? So I think this guy's done this
Yeah,
on
he
purpose.
tried to put it out as
Yeah.
it looks like he tried to put it out anonymously, but they
He
figured
does it on
out that it was
purpose.
him.
Yeah. Because he's had like and to like
Because
have all these
he probably
different like
made it
books.
all in the same place. He probably made it at the
Yeah,
same
and then
publisher.
that's what makes it dangerous because it's like now you have this library of books, but like with different names on it, but made by one person, meaning that he's able to indoctrinate all these different types of people. And so when
Yeah, a
you
bunch
compare
of
different
different
books,
cult groups,
yeah, and then
a
you
bunch of
can't
different
compare
cults.
yeah, you won't be able to find any contradictions because all the books are made from one person, but you think it's made from all these different people and different backgrounds. So it's
Yeah,
like,
and
oh,
the
this must be
people
true
that
because it's all coming the same. So
the
then it
people
makes you
that
think
get
about society.
indoctrinated by whatever it is, they won't know the better. They won't know any different. Like they
Do you
won't know
think
that it's fucking
do you think it
not
relates
actually
directly
Yogi Ramachakra.
do you think it relates like to how society is like we have all these different things, but it all comes from the same type of the
Yeah,
same
it's like
person
you're
or
buying
yeah.
Coke or Pepsi and or
It's all
Sprite or 7-Up, but it's all soda.
it's all soda and it's all from the same company, Nestle or something.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
So, but Nestle is pretending to be all these different things. So
So
now
you
you're
get a
comparing
little
it.
Rama
You're
Chakra,
fighting
you
over
get a
which
little
one's better.
Kybalion, you gotta drink some
Yeah.
Kabbalah. You
It's the
fucking
same
learn
thing
some
with the
fucking
with
type of
the way the world
gematria.
is set up, right? You have the 1% person controlling everything. We're all fighting each other over, race and politics and all this crap when it's all just
Yeah, I
by
really
design.
just wanted to share this
It's crazy.
information and not be like kind of being subjective more than I usually am and not like try to criticize it too much because I want to use it to like flash on the quacks. But it's like
Flash on the quacks.
unbelievable.
It's disheartening though, because it's like, where do you go for actual information now where it's not, authored by
And then
the
it
same?
just, the rest of the article, it just goes into more in-depth detail of all the different names of these like different pseudonyms that he would use.
That's
I
evil.
don't
I
know.
think
This
that's
is
evil.
really, really weird to me. I don't know what to make of this. I get MK Ultra
Yeah,
mind
programming.
control vibes.
I get programming because if he's so you said the power of suggestion and
Yeah, suggestive therapy.
and to be an attorney as well, like wanting to, like
Imagine
that
if
kind
you had
goes
a
hand in hand.
hypnotist attorney doing suggestive therapy on you and you didn't know any better and you're like, yeah, I'm fucking learning fucking magical Egypt shit now. And
Yeah.
they're like, buy
Or
the
or he's like representing you and he's like making you
they're
say
like, buy
things
a
you
box
wouldn't.
of books or whatever.
Might make a good attorney though, because if he's like doing
No, probably
suggestive
would.
therapy.
He'd probably that's what you want in an attorney.
Yeah. It's
But I
funny.
don't know if it's really like spiritually significant as they present it to be.
It's not, but look, what's the end goal for him though, do you think? Like if worst case scenario?
I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like he died with any like particular like atrocity or like nothing too bad or whatever. I'm not really trying to criticize the guy. I mean, I just think it's like this occult type stuff gets really weird.
I think he deserves criticism because he could have written all those books under his own name. You know what I mean? Like
Right. Why
if
not
the
just
fact
be
that,
himself and be
yeah,
like,
that's
hey,
that's
I'm
that's
some
my
like
own, that's my issue. That's
just
my
be like
issue.
I'm some like low tier, like I'm like a 3rd degree Mason only, and fucking I'm trying to become a Jesuit, but I want to control people a little bit, but not in a bad way, and just be for real. Like, just why don't he just be this guy?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he could have just done it that way and then worked his way and proved himself.
Look,
But he wanted all
he's
the
like,
glory.
I am fucking like, can you imagine this guy dressing up as fucking Aleister Crowley and doing a
Yeah.
fucking like a ruby star ritual, like a 811 ritual, unbelievable, with the like Egyptian drape on his head, and he's like, I am Kybalion. He comes out with like a fucking smoke and mirrors and fucking, and he's like, Kybalion, you buy my book or whatever.
Yeah. This book has found you. You're the chosen one.
Buy some gematria. Well, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Gematria.
Anyways, that's my fucking what I found out about the Kybalion, and I just wanted to share it with the class.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Thanks for like, I appreciate the time you've taken to look at this because
Try to make it
for
funny
me,
at least.
yeah, no, it's interesting. Now I've kind of, do you have any like any like authors that you think are less quacky or like less like a little bit more
You know, I'm really not I honestly, I'll admit it, I'm not like actually a scholarly researcher, so I can't like quote and cite verbatim everything, but I'm aware of like what I can tell the difference between the stuff that's actually historically legitimately real and fucking whatever's like some occult fucking weird shit.
yeah.
I think a lot of whatever the religious stuff is all probably real. But yeah,
Oh, the
no, I'm not really like top tier fucking I'm a layman researcher, but I find like
you can find
crazy
holes in
type
things.
stuff. Like when I start looking into stuff, I'll find all kinds of crazy stuff.
Okay, so you're more of like a researcher criticize her type
Yeah, I'm
things.
like a layman researcher artist, and I just do the research kind of like because I make collage art, or I used to, and I try to like put all these type of ideas together and make it into a piece of art or some shit. So I don't know.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I get it. I get it. I
Like
like to do
I do
research
like
as well.
symbolism type art, but it's like also research because every image, an image could just represent all that research.
Yeah. They say a picture's 1,000 words or something.
Right.
Like, do you research like sigils and like?
I don't really try to I'm not like evil though. Like I won't make up stuff that I think would like cause some dark effect or anything like that. I just try to maybe show a little bit of everything, both sides even or whatever.
Okay. Do you have like a website or like
Mm,
a social media?
dude, it's so hard for me to like explain. Like I don't know how to explain it. I had a ton of YouTube channels and yeah, I had a bunch of Twitters. And then ever since I got involved with the Gematria community, they like fucked up all my shit. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's infuriating. I have an
Yeah.
Instagram, like I have a bunch of Instagrams. A lot of my old art, what I'm talking about is on, it's in my media. Like some, I have like, I don't know, like the first video that I published. No, it's not in order anymore. Dude, I can't even remember how I like wanted how all my stuff was supposed to be.
Okay.
I had all kinds of research and art in different places.
It's all fascinating to me. Like, I
I'm
don't
from
have
the Bay
any.
Area. I used to do graffiti, so like it's kind of
All right.
like almost like a type of graffiti art, almost what I do. Especially now, how I do like collages and the thumbnails I do.
Yeah, those are
It's
some
kind
cool
of like
thumbnails. I was looking
it's kind of
on your
like making
page.
fun of shit that I want to make fun of, or going over them like you write over someone in graffiti.
Mm. No, I totally get it. I find all this stuff really fascinating. I don't know too much about gematria. I went on
Did
the,
you
the
did you
sorry?
hear the beginning of my stream? Were you here like during the part when I was like talking about the ruby star ritual?
Oh no, I came in
Because I'm
not
about
too
to
long
get
ago.
back to reading that, or
Yeah.
hopefully it like not to cut you off or
No,
anything
no,
like
no.
that.
Thanks for I'm sorry
Finish
for
off
derailing
anything you
you.
want to say.
No, no, it's
No,
fine.
no, it's
It's
not because I wanted to
I'm
get
in.
to that, but it
No, I
was
was
a
gonna
long
say
topic with the Kybalion, and I'm happy that you came here and were interested to cover it on the stream
yeah. No,
with
I'm
me.
sorry
I
I derailed.
appreciate that.
I got up because I live in the UK, so it's like it's a quarter to 7. So I got up early and I came in just as you were kind of I asked the question about the first thing I did was ask the question because I saw the title, it said Kybalion. So I was like, oh, the Kybalion.
Whoa.
So I came in and I asked the question. So
You
I'm sorry if I
you
derailed.
were the one on you were on CM stream last night, right? Or
Last night,
something?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
then I
was a
mentioned
cool
it.
stream. Everybody was
Yeah,
chopping for quite a while.
yeah, it was a
I
fun
like when
stream. And then
Ponder comes through with the like super research.
oh yeah, she knows the details. I get the gist of information.
I'm just a
Um,
layman compared
yeah,
to
same.
someone like Ponder, but I'm not like quite that professional, but I try to be. I think my research is deep and almost better. I was like I almost
I
started
think so.
arguing with her.
Yeah, no, I think you've got good research. I like how you came into CMs the other day about when they were talking about the woman in Tanzania, or
Right.
Tanzania,
That's what I
and then
wasn't
you
going to
kind of
argue
like,
with her, but I felt like she was defending the situation almost in a weird way, but like
yeah,
kind
but
of like also doing the right thing and saying the right stuff too.
yeah, yeah, and you kind of like had a different perspective on like how it's all distraction, and there's more to it, and something about numbers and stuff.
Yeah, 'cause how come they're focusing on the story that's being like captivated and like spun into like the big race story or whatever? But then like the behind the scenes, it's like that really what the story is the guy with the big, not to like, dude, I'm the last person. I think they're covering up the murder of the woman.
Yeah, I do
I
think
don't
so
know if
as
they
well.
would murder her or if she was in some weird distress or like if it's true what they said, but something's
because
weird
they were
about
trying
those
to
people.
paint her.
Dude, those people are not fucking normal people. It's deeper. It has to do with that guy being compromised for being the CEO of that crypto that it's called asymmetric crypto or asymmetric technologies
Asymmetric,
or some shit like that.
and asymmetry is a part of that whole, I think.
It's part of like the way computer systems work and everything.
Or like some devil stuff as well. I heard like the word where they try and do things asymmetric. It's like the upside down, like
Right.
the reverse.
It's like a
Because why would they call
subverted,
it?
like an
Yeah,
inverted, like a
yeah,
twisted form in
yeah,
reality. And a lot of
yeah,
asymmetry is like deformations and stuff. And
yeah.
supposedly the more symmetrical, the better. But
The better, yeah. But the fact that they're saying that it's asymmetric kind
the
of
thing is
dark.
called asymmetric, and then it's like has some weird fucking crazy racial murder story and like.
That picks
And
up
then
on
you
the
got the
news, like
quacks
all over the
over there,
world.
and they're like, "It's the Jesuits are doing gematria."
Yeah, or the ones that are saying, "Oh, she was a sex worker." Like
I don't
she
think you
was.
really like fully understand what I was trying to explain to them because I don't know if you've probably haven't been following me and maybe not
No,
gematria and
I've
you
just
don't probably know.
I know the gist of gematria, like the numbers and like, you know, um, but I don't know, like I know that with certain events, there's like some type of gematria behind it. When something happens, I know that a lot of people in
Right.
like in elite positions use
They'd like to do
gematria.
gematria whenever
Yeah,
like
and a lot of
any fucking
words,
every fucking day for the date,
yeah,
whatever.
to the date, to what happens, and then people use it for all types of reasons. And I know people like to break things down when something happens, and they
I try
use
to explain
gematria.
to people that stuff that they're doing when they're doing that, it's actually not gematria. It's actually like arithmancy and divination and shit. And it's like more from the occult than it's actually gematria. Because you know why
Yeah,
I say that? Gematria is Hebrew. I try to
yeah,
explain to people gematria is Hebrew.
it's Hebrew,
Like all
yeah.
that stuff is not part of gematria.
But then there's German gematria. Some people like I've heard of German gematria as well.
I
Arabic and
never
Hebrew are
heard of
pretty
that
much.
one.
I'm Aramaic or something gematria, because I know like there's this ancient like Somali language that has
Well,
gematria in.
German, it's similar to it's like gematria, but it's something else. Was it called
Yeah,
some? Does it have another type of name?
no, it's well,
It's a
there's obviously
different name though. It's
Hebrew
like
gematria, and then
gematria, but
yeah, I don't know what German gematria. I've seen German gematria. They compare
Hebrew
it to Hebrew
gematria
gematria.
is what gematria actually is,
That's
and what it
originally gematria. Yeah, it might be a
yeah,
break
that's what
off of
it
it.
really is Hebrew.
Maybe it's some like Hitler thing, the German gematria. I don't know, but
Yeah, the
it's
Germans are really like they do have a lot of code
they're good with
type stuff,
numbers as
like
well, and their
ciphering
efficiency.
codes. I got to look
Yeah,
into that. You're right. That's actually quite keen to like maybe point out because they don't even talk about the German gematria, and it's probably a lot of like cryptography type and shit in
could
German
be. Yeah,
that they're
and then
doing,
also
and it's
you
probably
had the whole
I
like
bet a
you had
lot
the
of it
whole
is pretty diabolical. They claim that Hitler and all them were dabbling in the occult,
yeah. I mean,
so
he
I don't
kind of
really know
was,
the
if you
whole
really think
story on that
about
end.
that. And he was against the the Jews, and so German gematria could have been
Right.
his.
But were
Yeah,
they like trying to just take it over and practice their own form of doing some shit like it? And
it
maybe
could
they're
be.
mad because they didn't have it, or
I don't know.
because it
I haven't
like
really
I
looked
don't
into
think
it.
the German one like was came around until probably way like probably 1,000 years it was Hebrew. before they tried
Yeah,
to
because
make
like
up
what
some
the
German
German
gematria.
language like wasn't around for that long, was it? Like the German
Yeah, I'm
language
not
is like
sure.
a
Like,
mix
I
up
would
of
have to look
different
at the
languages.
like. We would
Yeah.
have to look at the
Because English
evolution
is
of
is is
language
is
to
like
determine
language.
that.
English has a bit of German in it as well. So it's like where did German
Right.
language come from? And then maybe that will show you where their gematria comes from. And I don't know. Because I know Hebrew is like, the language, and
I
the
think
language
there's
was
another
created by
name for it,
numbers.
and I'm just calling it gematria because it's
Oh,
like
it
the
could be,
easiest
yeah.
way to really not, I don't know, just touching the surface of something instead of, say, diving a little deeper.
Yeah. So like those calculators online, are they inaccurate? Like the gematria calculators, like
The
Gematrix.
reason that I say that it's not gematria, it's fake gematria, is because they're calling it gematria, but it's in English, and gematria is Hebrew.
Yeah.
And from my research, I think it's fake. I think it's bad. I don't think it's anything with any historical basis at all. Like, I think it's gobbledygook gematria is what I call it. They call it in Hebrew gematria and real gematria, they consider it like speculative gematria, but it's some type of gematria, but it's not actually what gematria actually is. And it doesn't match real gematria. They're like, in real gematria in Hebrew, there's no standard of their gematria being the 4 ciphers as a standard. Like, that's not how gematria works.
Yeah.
But on the calculators, it's like 4 ciphers on this calculator, 3 ciphers on this calculator. And you start using it and you think you're doing gematria.
Yeah.
But those numbers and those words that you're getting, that you're coming up with numbers in the calculator, I call it the quackulator. But yeah, when you put the words in the calculator and you come up with the number, it's really, 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 really quacky, in my opinion, to call it gematria, because it's actually, you can find the definition of what it actually is. It's arithmancy. It's enciphering. You're doing ciphers and arithmancy, and when you're doing it in English, and it's not gematria because the numbers and the words and the meanings don't match. That's why I say that. Like, the numbers doesn't match.
Oh, do you speak Hebrew?
A lot of numbers you come up with
Are
in
you?
real gematria are real
Yeah.
high. No, I don't speak Hebrew and I can't read it or like understand it very well, but I can translate it and look at it and see it for what it is. I can do there, there's real gematria calculators in Hebrew with over 27 ciphers in Hebrew, and like the way it works is nothing like what these people are claiming they're doing gematria. It's like
Yeah,
a
it's more of a
totally
grift.
different. It's a totally different thing, unless they know Hebrew and study
Yeah.
with a rabbi for like 10 years. They don't know gematria. I'm sorry, but they don't. And I try to explain that to people because, dude, it's goofy as fuck. They're like literally running around. They're like, we're doing gematria. Look at my gematria. Buy my gematria. It's insane.
Yeah.
They're like, and then each gematria shit they're doing is like quackier than the next one. Hey, what's good, Shatter King? Dude, I like that. You put that. I put your comment that you had in CT stream from earlier today in my thumbnail on my video, my most recent video about the calculator, the new the new Gematrianator calculator. And I translated it. He put a comment in Hebrew in CT's chat earlier, the Chatter King, and I really liked it. And I used it in my last thumbnail on my last video from today about the astronumeric calculator, the brand new astronumeric calculator. And I translated the Hebrew, and it said, I think if I remember correctly, if I'm right, Chatter King, what you said was, it was something like, I translated it, it was like, excuse me, it was like the geometry it was like, from my understanding, the geometry isn't correct unless it's in Hebrew. And and I think the word translated geometry, but I think it was supposed to mean gematria. I think you're saying the same thing I was saying, except you said it in Hebrew. And then the quack, that was right when the quack left. Right after you put that in CT's chat, and then Badger was on there, fucking quackery fucking ran the fuck off. Because we were gonna sweat him about this. We're gonna be like, dude, isn't gematria Hebrew, bro?
So can you hear me? I think my internet's going in. But anyways, I've got to head out now, but I'll be listening in the back. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah,
Thanks
no,
for taking the
cool.
time
My
to
bad.
explain that
And
to me.
hey, forgive me. I really don't try to do streams this long and weird,
No,
but
it's
I'm gonna read
good.
some fucking weird ass shit
I love weird
regarding the
shit, so keep going.
gematria, the research I found about the gematria 811 ritual. And yeah, I'm a little bit disturbed. This is like weird ass shit.
I'm here for the weird ass shit. I'll be listening in the back. Thanks for taking the time. Take care.
And it's funny as fuck. It's gonna get so
Yeah.
quacky, it's gonna be funny.
Yeah, let's go. All right then. Peace.
We'll try to make it funny, but do it before it gets too goddamn late.
Yeah.
Hey, Arwella, I appreciate you. You're always welcome and invited on the stream. And hopefully I can do more better research streams.
No, that
than
was
like
great research, by the way. Thanks for doing
flashing on
that.
the
Yeah.
quacks all the time.
No, I love that. Yeah, that was really good research. I'm gonna look into it myself as well. I've got so many questions. But yeah, I'll let you get back to the
Oh,
the
for
stream.
sure.
Thanks for
Hell
that.
yeah, I appreciate it. Have a beautiful, blessed rest of your evening.
Thank you. Take care.
Hey, what's good, everyone? We're back. All right. I'm gonna turn off the camera and keep on here with you and going on about all this, and we're gonna go straight back to the article with the Star Ruby ritual with the 811 gematria. Unfucking believable. While we're at it, but we're just chilling. Dude, that was pretty cool. Someone that actually kind of knew what I was talking about. Awesome. Let me see. I used Google too. LOL. Yeah, it seemed to me. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think you typed in. I don't think you know Hebrew either. I think you typed in that phrase that you wanted to say and then translated into Hebrew and then copied and pasted it to fuck with the quack. Yeah, that was fucking classic. That was perfect. I was just saying that yesterday, that somebody that actually knows Hebrew needs to come on either to CT's or Quack's channel and just be start talking to him in Hebrew about gematria and the Kabbalah and see if he can have a communication whatsoever at all, or if he'll tuck tail and run and have a translator. I don't know how you can do it, but unbelievable. Anyways, so we were dealing with the Star Ruby ritual. Oh man, I gotta take another break. When I start reading this is gonna be a fucking long winder and it's quacky as fuck. And I'm gonna try to read through the description of what this ritual actually is all the way down, at least till the part where I get to the 811 code. Read some spiritual texts here and there. Hell yeah. Yo, what's good, 5 viewers? So more people know about the Kybalion thing than the Star Ruby, this Aleister Crowley Star Ruby lesser banishing ritual and the pentagram and the hexagram. And it's unfucking believable. I'm gonna try to read this again. This shit fucking quacky as fuck. Let me try to put on a better background music or something. Damn, I wish I had a longer video. I'll just put this one on again. This one's pretty long. Damn, this isn't really that. It's not. Look, it's not that long of an article, but it's pretty long, and the text is hella small, and the language that it uses is super, like, almost alien. It's like a cult. It's like fucking, like, it's pretty long. Like, it's a lot, actually, what I'm gonna read. But it's not that long. It's just like kind of a lot. I don't know if people really like go this deep in the research, but fuck it, dude. We're doing GEMATRIAHOLICS Anonymous and debunking the fake ass gematria and teaching you all, not that I'm an expert, but about something you might have never heard of, the actual 811 ritual of actual gematria from Aleister Crowley. Let me smoke for a minute, because once I start reading this, it's just going to be like a long winder, and it's probably going to like give me a headache. But you're going to see how it all ties back in to the by the code. This is my gematria definition song. Yeah, no, reading this shit's gonna almost for sure give me a headache by the end of it. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I'll try not to stream for any more later than 1 hour unless there's some gematria person that knows what the fuck this is or wants to debate about it. Dreams too, what I've experienced. Make words with sentences, 32 of 32 hermetical rules, and so the commentaries of the Talmud, by the rabbis of the Talmud. Notice that cipher that he's singing about is a different cipher than the ciphers that you guys even have or do. It's like different. Dude, they're lost when I start talking about the actual gematria ciphers. I'm lost too. I don't even barely understand it. I don't barely understand it at all. I've never even heard the quacks that claim they're teaching gematria they've never even mentioned out of their mouth the name of any of these gematria ciphers, but they're teaching gematria, really? It's right on Wikipedia, really? All right. I gotta smoke some weed for this shit. Dude, you can't keep doing the fake gematria, Zach, unless it's comedy. It's a joke. This is the most closest gematria we can find. The most personal gematria to the quack that we could possibly find regarding the 811 ritual and the Star Ruby ritual. So I'll turn the music way down and we'll try to try to read this. We'll try to read this like concerning article about this ritual and see if anybody fucking has any idea or thought whatsoever at all and about it or knows anything about it or ever heard of any of this. What the fuck soever at all. Maybe you're a Satanist and you do this shit on the weekends. I don't fucking know. Let us know. We'll just start getting right into it. All right. The Star Ruby is the basic thelemic banishing ritual of the pentagram. And tell me if you guys think this sounds like gematria. If they're like, it sounds like you're actually doing gematria, like you're doing an actual gematria ritual practice. Because we found one. It's right here. The number of the Liber, XXV, is the square of 5, and the pentagram has the red color of Gabora. It is the first official ritual learned by the probationer of the AA. In contrast to its ascendant, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, it is designed to elevate the aspirant's consciousness to the solar phallic energy of the Aeon of Horus. The first step in this effort is to equilibrate the positive and negative energies of the 4 quarters, which are no longer centered upon the earth, upon soul, which is also the core of each of our individual natures. The attribution of the elements of the 4 directions corresponds to the element of the 4 cherubs in its antecedent right, and the corresponding fixed signs of the zodiac. This is primarily an earth-based perspective suitable for the probationer of the AA, also as a ritual of the Aeon of Horus. The Star Ruby stands between the LBR and the ruby of the mark of the beast, Liber 5, Vel Reguli. Just as hold on. Also, as a ritual of the Aeon of Horus, the Star Ruby stands between the LBR and the ritual of the mark of the beast. That's one that I've never heard of. Really? The ritual of the mark of the beast? Liber 5, Liber V, Vel Reguli. Just as the former set down the basic format for the Star Ruby, so the latter can be used to interpret some of the symbols and directions. Frater A.L. 1983 provides some important background for this ritual. He reports the first version is being written no later than 1913. Wow, that's in the same time frame as that other quack with the other quack guy, author guy with the pretty quacky Kybalion. Reports no later than 1913 when the Book of Lies was first published, and that this modified banishing ritual of the pentagram was modified during the Cefalu period in the 1920s. The later version appears in Magic and was changed to conform to other thelemic rituals such as Liber Reguli. He continued that the purpose of the star ruby is to produce the proper attitude of mind for the invocations. A further point of significance, he mentioned that the star ruby should be part of the daily invocations of members of Aleister Crowley's Order of Thelemites. Along with Will Lieber Resch, the star sapphire, he concludes one paragraph with at least during the 1920s, we can then, with at least during the, it says, with at least during the 1920s, we can then reasonably assume that Therion considered these among the most important practices of thelemic magic of any grade. The current format of the star ruby has been set up from versions in the Book of Lies and in Magic with a K. The two are similar in many ways, but are decidedly distinct in others. Again, the two versions can be contrasted to discern the meaning and patterns of the symbolism. Specifically, why the star ruby has been written in Greek is not immediately clear, but the Book of Lies version appears to be a bit purer. They use spirituality as a form of control. Yeah, New Age cults. Yep. Meaningful, discern the meaning and patterns of the symbolism, specifically why the star ruby has been written in Greek is not immediately clear, but the Book of Lies version appears a bit pure. So the version in the Book of Lies is the pure star ruby ritual, really, in Gematria, i.e. it illustrates Greek words and not more Egyptian, Nuit, and Hadith. It may have been written at the time Crowley was particularly interested in the Greek Kabbalah. The current format of the star ruby has been set up from the versions in the Book of Lies and in Magic with a K. The two are similar in many ways, but are decidedly distinct in others. Again, the two versions can be contrasted to discern the meaning and patterns of the symbolism. Specifically, why the star ruby has been written in Greek is not immediately clear, but the Book of Lies version appears to be more pure. All right, the Greek Kabbalah. All right, we got that. Crowley was interested in the Greek Kabbalah. Sorry, this text is super small and I gotta zoom in on it and then scroll back and forth to read it. My bad. As suggested above, the star ruby is a basic thelemic banishing ritual. It is used appropriately anywhere a banishing ritual is required in preparation of a space. So this is like the first thing the cult fucking does when they go and do anything anywhere. Personal for a circle or temple, whether specific thelemic emphasis or setting is desired, Crowley clearly indicated it to be a ritual of the AA, upon which he chose to write no further comment. So it's a ritual that they got from the AA cult, of the occult. As suggested, hold on, it's hard to read this. I'm sorry. As of a space, personal or a circle or temple, where specific thelemic emphasis or setting is desired. Crowley clearly indicated it to be a ritual of the AA, upon which he chose to write no further comment. He does provide a single footnote discussed below, which indicates that there are Kabbalistic interpretations to be considered, which is, when he says that, he's not talking about the imaginary Kabbalah with your fake 4 ciphers and gematria. He's talking about the Hebrew Kabbalah. There are aspects of there are Kabbalistic interpretations to be considered. It is not unexpected in any of his rituals, so one must assume that there is a specific intent in placing the footnote where it is. In the interpretation of any of Crowley's writings, too, one should be conscious not only of the exoteric or the outer obvious level of action, but the esoteric or the hidden meaning, and frequently also a sexual context, says Aleister Crowley, or whoever wrote this article about the Aleister Crowley ritual. The number of Liber, XXV, is the square of 5, and the pentagram has the red color of Gabora, hence the position as Kafala, Ke. Considering these factors, the commentary can proceed forthwith. Line 1, Apo Pontos Kakademonos, or something like that. This line itself is prepositional phrase with the understood verb. The word apo implies motion behind and takes the genitive case of that which is the be put behind, i.e. Pontos kakamadunos kakademonos. Literally translated, it means of very evil daemon. All right, it means when those words I just said are translated, they mean of very evil daemon, with an implied verb go or get. The line means get behind me every evil daimon. All right, so they're like throwing the demons behind them, basically. It should be thought of as meaning get behind me and support me. Oh, that's a little weird. The daemons, or archons in Gnostic terminology. So a daemon is not quite like a demon, I guess, necessarily, but it's like all the daemons, which are like, I don't know how to explain it. I think he explains it in here. Are those internal forces within one's nature which must be mastered or constrained to work in harmony with each other and to serve the central unified will of the aspirant. Such forces are also external in that maybe that's why the quack thinks he should fraud everyone. He's like, put everyone behind me in the demiurge, the external. The demiurge in Gnostic terminology to the aspirant, and by the sweep of the arm are sent without the circle, creating a void which the aspirant may fall with a more pure and balanced expression of energy. All right. The magician stands in the center of this universe, facing east, the direction and the rising sun. He inhales the energy of prana. Just imagine you're doing a fucking 811 gematria ritual, all right? And like doing yoga and chanting. The meaning of the line is emphasized by the action of sweeping the hand backwards and forcing out the breath, i.e. figuratively blowing away each evil daimon. That's what it says. Now the evil daimon is not defined in the thelemic sense, is daimon represents any negative aspect of the life, which distracts from the performance of one's true will. The word daimonos includes things which derive from the deities or from fate. The kakas, K-A-K-A-S, is a prefix derived from the objective meaning evil. However, dude, they got like church music coming on to like give us protection in the background. Thank God. We're reading some super fucking evil Aleister Crowley weird ass fucking shit that has to do with some 811 gematria ritual. And I'm disturbed. You could tell, like, I'm looking at this, it's like it's almost giving us a headache. It's so fucking quacky. Bro, I told you this shit is dude, it's gonna get so fucking quacky, you guys. All right, you're doing the fucking circle dance or whatever. The evil daemon is not defined. It is in the thelemic sense, this daimon represents the negative aspects of life, which distracts from the performance of one's true will. Do as thou wilt. The word daimonos, including things which derive from deities or from fate. The kakas, the prefix from adjective meaning evil, however defined. All right, line 2. The soi o fale is Ischyros Eucharistos, whatever the fuck that means. This line in the Kabbalistic cross, quote unquote, with the Kabbalistic with a Q, in this line in the Kabbalistic cross, it is evident to the first line of the action of both the LBR and the Liber Reguli, and positions the magician on the tree of life. Oh, the tree of life. Everybody knows the tree of life. The actions of the magician establish a cross in Kether, Malkuth, Gabora, and Chesed on the tree of life in the LBR. However, it is more appropriate. I mean, you're dancing as a Kabbalah, like you're dancing around you're doing yoga as if you are the Kabbalah tree of life, swaying in the wind, like you're really touching all of the Sephiroth of gematria here, basically, I think. So you're the magician, you're in the circle, you have like a pentagram and a pentagon. And you did all these chants in Greek. It's like the tree of life. However, it is more appropriate to assign phallus to Yesod, is what it says. Correlated to the Svadhisthana chakra in the ruby star, the magician has moved him or herself above the plane of Makuth and Asaya. Soy or SOI or soy or some shit. Soy, really soy, like much like doi, soy has a value of 280. Now, dude, this shit gets quacky. I mean, they just randomly start doing gematria on some fucking Sephiroth. They're like, soy has a value of 280, and the name Sandalphon, the Archangel of Malkuth, FRAL 1932, that's a source, I think, source reference in 1932, recognized that 280 SP indicates the position of the magician on the tree of life at the intersections of the paths of the Samek and Peh. I mean, they're using like Hebrew words and attributing it onto like a Kabbalah with the Q, and like they're dancing around. Dude, this is quacky as fuck, you guys. What the fuck is this? This is an actual like Aleister Crowley ritual with gematria, by the way. Samek and Peh looking towards Tifereth along the middle pillar of the Kabbalah. The middle, it doesn't say the Kabbalah, just says along the Tifereth of the middle pillar. It therefore represents Kether of Malkuth and the highest expressions of one's holy guardian angel in that sphere. Indeed, the aspirant, by reaching the the LVX has actually projected astrally Hold on, where the fuck am I? This is ridiculous. All right, projected astrally into the intersection of the paths of Samek and Peh and the Tifereth overhead. Therefore, like you're floating in the middle of the Kabbalah, basically. Therefore, is the holy near the bottom? I don't know. You're just starting to fly around like a Kabbalah tree. I don't know. Reaching therefore the Holy Grail, the holy guardian angel called down onto the circle. He continues that consciousness, therefore, which one summons down into one's psyche by the pronouncement of the word soy. So these are like the chants that they're doing in the pentagram, in the hexagram. I don't know. Is none other than the highest manifestation of one's own holy guardian angel. Therefore, it seems appropriate to assign soy to Kether. Leiderkrantz, 1974. Leiderkrantz, 1974, indicates that 280 represents the dyad passing to 0 by virtue of 8. The charioteer who bears the cup of Babylon, 280, also refers to the formula 2 equals 0 that delineates the dyad passing to 0 by virtue of 8. Cheth, the charioteer ought VII ought 7 AUT ATU VII ATU ought 7, well, I don't know what that means, gold 7, who bears the cup of Babylon, the Kabbalistic cross of light energy. I mean, you can easily do this ritual. It's nothing to put together all that, you know. You need like a golden goblet or fucking some shit. What the fuck is this? Dude, this is so fucking quacky. What the fuck? But this is gematria from Aleister Crowley, though. So, I mean, you know, unbelievable. Where is this shit? The bears the cup of Babylon. Also refers to 2 equals 0, delineates the passing the virtue of 8. I'm trying to like follow this, and when I get lost reading, it's hard to like figure out where I was at. The cup of, all right, you got to have the cup of Babylon. Okay, here we are. The Kabbalistic cross of light energy is created in a Rosicrucian expression of this central mystery of magic. The physical and all the subtle bodies, as well as the space and the surrounding of the aspirant in the circle, now becomes permeated with this light energy. Interesting. Again, the sentence has an implied verb to be the first word soy, as it dative meaning to you. Really? I've never heard this language. Dative meaning, a dative meaning. See, this is like the deeper esoteric type stuff that the quacks want to like not really tell the truth about. Dative meaning, to meaning soy as a dative meaning, quote, to you. It directs the action to the vocative, zero phale, the phallus. I mean, whatever, okay, that sounds kind of, I don't know, you guys. I mean, it's pretty fucking quacky, if you ask me. All right, here we are. O'Falley has the total value of 1366. Dude, doesn't this sound like someone doing like gematria codes? It says O'Falley, really O'Falley, the phallic? They call it O'Falley. Like, think about Aleister, dark, evil, esoteric Aleister Crowley voice, and he's like, O'Falley. O'Falley. He comes out in a fucking robe with like an Egypt fucking hat on, and he's like, O'Falley has the total value of 1366. The product of 2 primes, 2 and 683. The word phalli as 566, 566, almost like a 56, but with the extra 6. All right. The word phalle as 566 is equivalent to DVS secret spelled out. This is what it says. I'm reading this shit. Like, this is crazy. It is also the product of 2 primes, 2 and 283. The last number is equivalent to arum, eclusium, eclusum, arium inclusum, confined gold, or RVGSBHZ. All right, if you fucking know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Lighterkrantz, all right, moving on. Lighterkrantz writes that by touching his weapon, quote unquote, in quotes, really, the magician declares the most powerful technique of magic, and that it's working, it's pertinent to the Aeon of Horus. All right. Way to go, Crowley. Here, Crowley adds a footnote that the significance of the, hold on, we're getting close to the gematria reference. Even though this is all fucking quack gematria, this is like quacky as fuck, dude. Really? Here, Crowley adds a footnote that the significance of the word is to be found in its Kabbalistic with a Q interpretation. The word phallus in its nominative form adds to 831, as does the pyramis or pyramid, which is a phallic archetype, in quote in parentheses. They have to like explain. They're like, we're talking about, you know what we're talking about. They're unbelievable. In this light, the 2 words imply the gate or esoteric source of initiation. With the following adjectives, a sexual connotation can also be implied. Also, 831 is the product of 3 and 277, and the latter in Hebrew refers to ORZ, is what it says, meaning to sow, propagate, seed, semen, quote unquote. Again, phallus is referred to Yasod rather than Malkuth. The word phale adds to 831, all right, in the Greek Kabbalah. Along with the word pyramis, pyramid, which is a phallic archetype. Did I just read all this? Oh yeah, along with the word pyramus. The phallus is then considered the source of initiation in the circle. The sexual connotation couldn't be more explicit here. The phallus is also alluded to the highest god, and in the context of this working suggests the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below. Are we sure that's really from Egypt? I mean, really, Aleister Crowley shit? The word is ichuros, is churros. The word is churros means strong, mighty, powerful, also stiff, firm, lasting, hard, and severe, great, excessive. The meaning is quite clear in the several connotations. Following a pattern of the LBR, and this word is attributed to Gebura and reflects the severe or forced connotation of its meaning. Its value is 1580. No, 1,580. All right. The product of 20 and 79. These reflect an element of duality perfected. And this dude, did Aleister Crowley just throw numbers together and just be like, look at this? He didn't even have to match anything or do any of that shit. He's just, this number's here, that number's there. It's all, make it just get quackier and quackier. And they're like dancing around chanting. Think about that. Product of, really, 1580 is the product of 20 and 79. I guess what, if you multiply it? These reflect the element of duality perfected. So they do multiplication instead of like addition. That's interesting in their gematria. Trying to make sense of this shit. What the fuck is this? Reflects an element of duality perfected and union. So not asymmetric. The number 79, that the two pillars of the temple, Zob and Yixai. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yixai. Yixai. Maybe it's some new type of AI they're going to make. It is a prime not listed in the meanings of the prime numbers in 777. I mean, dude, 777, that's a big gematria number. We're getting closer to fucking 811. Gebura is ruled by Mars, which is also quite phallic. 15 is the number of the devil Atu. Is anybody following this? I mean, do you guys know, does anybody have a fucking clue what the fuck this 811 gematria ritual, actual 811 gematria ritual might be? The devil Atu, some other 15, attributed to the holy guardian angel. The 80 is the value of Peh, also ruled by Mars. Mars and the phallus in particular is a symbol of regal power. All right. Super duper esoteric-ish. The word Eucharistos, 1886, is the product of 23. I don't think that's a date that they're quoting. I think they're doing some weird gematria. They're saying the word Eucharistos, or the number 1886, is the product of 2, 23, and 41. The later two numbers have been attributed to pentagrams. Oh, so these are numbers that are like tied to the pentagram and the pentagon or some shit. The concept of the later two numbers have been attributed to pentagrams. The concept, now it's starting to make sense what's going on here. The concept of Eucharist or sacrament derives from the prefix EU, meaning good or well, and the verb xai Xari, arizomai, meaning to show favor or kindness, to please or gratify, to indulge or to be pleasing, agreeable or to be granted favor. The adjective thus describes the condition of being winning, agreeable, pleasant, grateful, or thankful. In contrast to ischurros, this word is assigned to chesed, and its meaning fits well in the position on the pillar of Mercury. Eucharistos, interpreted as communion, can easily be interpreted on a number of levels. Eucharistos is the central formula of the Gnostic Mass. Herein is the great work perfected, which of course represents the completed work of the exempt adept 4 = 7 of the AA. This grade also corresponds with the sphere of Chesed, which balances with Gabora. The void has now been filled with the holiness of the light and energy prana, which is aligned with Horus and the throne of Ra without, and the individual expression is the hadith within, as symbolically represented by the phallus. Unfucking believable. Here we are. All right, we're at the fucking part of this big ass fucking star ruby ritual explanation, like an exact precise explanation with all the gematria. It even references gematria right here on line 3, as you can see right there, line 3. You see that? It might not be that clear, and I'm shaking it around. It says line 3 IAO. You remember that from the beginning, from the earlier part of the stream when they were doing the ritual, when I just read the, like, how they do this ritual? Does anybody care about gematria? I mean, this is the part right here, line 3 IAO. IO. IO. IOU. IAO. It's not like an IOU, but it's close. By gematria, look, it says it right here. Look, by gematria, this is the gematria the fucking esoteric Aleister Crowley and the occult are actually doing. And it's not so 4 ciphers. This is really weird. It says by gematria, the number, so they are admitting the reference of this all being them doing gematria. Some kind of gematria. Line 3, IO. By gematria, the number of IO is 811, a prime number. The Greek word AO, AIO, means I breathe, I live, I know. All right, this is, I mean, that's pretty deep. That's the fucking 811 part of the fucking Star Ruby ritual in gematria. I breathe, I live, I know. This is a 5th element, which when added to the traditional Kabbalistic cross of the LBR, creates the figure of the pentagram. Or if put on a higher plane, indicates the apex of a pyramid. In this word, the focus centers on Tippereth. Little needs to be said about IAO, the Gnostic Supreme Being. Massey, 1974, in discussing the Hebrew and other creations, includes IAO as, quote, IAO is the Gnostic name of God. All right, so basically the 811 is the name of God if you're like esoteric. Because Gnostic, I mean, that's pretty much esoteric. Gnostic, esoteric, same shit. The name of God. That's what you believe God is. God is the gematria of ritual, of the star ruby ritual, and achieving, approaching, getting to the 811 and doing the gematria. And it's the fifth element. It's the apex of the pyramid. Little needs to be said about IAO Supreme Being. It's the Gnostic Supreme Being, Massey. It's fucking Massey as fuck. It's from even ever since 1974. In discussing the Hebrew with other creations includes IO as IAO is the dude. This gets quacky as fuck. You're not gonna believe the fucking 811 ritual if you even know what the fuck I'm talking about, what the fuck soever at all. I don't think they even know. I think we lost all the quacks. We have 3 viewers. Salute, shout out to you guys. We're still going through learning the 811 ritual in Gematria. The Gnostic name of God, the Plamora in Gnostic terminology. It is symbolically represented by the cross of LVX. This is the word of power by which one holds the energy established this far in its place, a clear channel of the highest light energy drawn down from the crown of the supernal triad and into the center of the circle is established. The aspirant is standing at the intersection of Samek and Peh on the tree of life and is fully visible and working on the astral plane. Lines 4 through 7. The sign of silence and the sign of the enterer are the signs of the probationer. This is the central rite of the probationer grade in the AA. The work of the grade is to master the earth plane by identifying with one's regal nature. Heru Raha is seated upon the throne of soul, and this aeon, and is expressed here in its dual nature. Rahor Kunit is the active part of his nature, corresponding to the sign of the enterer, quote unquote, the Horpakrat, in the passive part of his nature, corresponding to the sign of silence. These are the names of the guardians invoked in this ritual. Line 8. The signs of NOX are VIR, Mantherian, Mulier, Woman Babylon, Pure, Boy Hadith, Puella, Girl Nuit, Master Triumphans, Master Triumphans, Isis rejoicing, or the Virgin satisfied. Refer to Liber Reguli for the description of these signs. Io Pan is then repeated 5 times, once for each sign given. These signs are given in the order presented in reguli. I'm not sure I understand what that word actually is. Line 9, pro mu means in front of me or to the east in place of initiation. IUGGES, Yugis, appear to be the name of an order of beings. Really, the IUGGES is one of these cult groups of some sort? Eugis, in caps, it's in all caps, the Eugis appear to be this is what they believe in. This is what they're doing when they're like saying, I got gematria from Aleister Crowley or whatever. Appears to be the name of an order of beings that is categories of organization of consciousness correlative with Chakma, whose nature is fiery, invigorating, semial, transmitting by ineffable means the will of all. The word Inugis, the Wryneck, the Wryneck, WRYNECK, the Wryneck, the Inugis, the IUNGES, the word Inugis, or the Wryneck, is derived from the word Yugmos, a shrieking sound of ecstasy. This cry of ecstasy has been seen as a shriek of a bird. Dude. Oh, this is where I was dying laughing when I read this shit. Really? They're doing the fucking Star Ruby ritual gematria? Really? The Aleister Crowley and the occult? And what did this trickle down to the Jesuits or what? Let me guess, the Jesuits started doing this or what? It's unbelievable. The Yugis it's the screech of a bird. The Inugis as spirits were considered by the Greek Gnostics to empower the symbols used by theurgic rites. What if it's just a bird? The Wryneck is a degenerate woodpecker-like European bird, also known for its cry. Ancient witches used to bind so this is where they got this from, really? Aleister Crowley, shame on you. This is despicable. Really? So this is what it says. Ancient witches used to bind the Wryneck to a wheel for certain magical spells, causing it to shriek. Jesus fucking Christ. Believing that the wheel turned. Believing that as the wheel turned, it drew men's souls along with it and charmed them into obedience. It was also used to recover unfaithful lovers. Jesus Christ, they fucking have a bird on a fucking wheel thing, and they're like, dude, can you imagine that? A fucking witch with like a broom, and they're doing gematria, and they're like have a wheel with like a bird on it, and they're spinning the shit, and it's like squawk or like quack. It's like a duck, even. They could put a duck on there. Unfucking believable. So really it's a fucking degenerate woodpecker like European bird. So it's a bad bird. Like those birds are bad. Fuck those birds. You don't want those birds fucking hopping around, flapping around. You can't have those birds flapping around. You have to do an Aleister Crowley magic gematria 811 European woodpecker bird fucking Aleister Crowley ritual. The fuck you talking about? All right, the Wryneck is also an allusion to Pan, guardian of the abyss, Choronzon, embodied by Therion in the same direction of the east. All right. Much later, the idea of a spell took on a specific significance. P. Cellus. Did my chat freeze, or is that the last chat? Did they time me out? They're like, no, exposing gematria. How dare you, Cuts? You're reading some quacky ass gematria 811 code now. First we had the 611. That was quacky as fuck. Then we had the 711 code. That's pretty quacky, but it's like some kind of research. This is actual research of like Aleister Crowley gematria ritual. So like, and it's 811. So whatever. This is the more actual, factual, in my opinion, plausible gematria code. Jesus Christ, this shit's quacky as fuck. I'm almost getting through it. Maybe there's like still a shit ton of this shit. I really wanted to read the part with the 811 and the fucking quacky ass bird. The Rhyneck is also an allusion to Pan, guardian of the abyss, the Choronzon, embodied by Therion in the same direction to the east. So whenever you're pointing east, you say Inugai or so, I don't know how they do the like unbelievable. Much later, the idea of a spell took on specific significance. Cellus describes a specific method, the hecatine. The hecatine strophilos is the golden ball in the midst whereof is a sapphire. They fold about it a leather thong. Really, they fold a leather fucking thong around a sapphire? It is beset all over with characters, thus whipping it around about. They made their invocations. These they called lingas, whether it be round or triangular or any other figure. And whilst they are doing this, they make insignificant or brutish cries and last the air with their whips. The oracle adviseth to the performance of these rites or such motion. Really, how are people there passing this down? People know they're doing this shit. Really, the motion of Strophilos and having an expressible power. So you're like, raw, you're like animatedly fucking quack the fuck out. All right. Aeschylus used his word metaphorically to refer to spell, charm, passionate yearning for, but this is a derivative meaning. Jungs is said to be, paraphrased, the giver of life-carrying fire. It fills the life-giving bosom of Hecate and plants the enliving power of fire, ended with mighty power into Sunochus. According to Pletho, that's kind of how we use Suno. According to Pletho, Jungis are the intellectual spices which are conceived by the Father, they themselves also being conceptive and exciting conceptions or notions by unspeakable or unutterable counsels, as much as unmoved for speaking consists in motions. These possible meanings are connected to a higher class of beings above the void. Love spell, witchcraft, or lust, or void, or bottomless depth itself. Within the oracle themselves, we find symbolism constant with chokmah, and even more so, alchemical sulfur. This is most interesting since the order of angels of chokmah are the Ophanim, which is wheels. Quoting the oracles, the intelligible Jungs themselves understand. Jungs? Really? They call them Jungs? With a G? Jungs? Really? The Jugs? Unfucking believable. Are you guys hearing this shit? The Jungs, the Jays, the Jesuits themselves understand that the Father, by ineffable counsel, being moved to understand, quote, understand, should not be understood, but be that word which in Hebrew is bina. The key to the above is the supernals were said to be contained within the sperm of the Father. They are, we suppose, like chromosomes. This analogy is perfect, explaining precisely the way in which they are, by ineffable counsel, being moved to understand. Jungs are fathers called the operator, the giver, life-bearing fire. It filleth the life-producing bosom of Hecate. It is the instilleth. It is the instilleth into the sunoches, that enlivening strength of fire ended with mighty power. Hecate was the most deity, Hecate was an important deity to the Chaldeans, like Chaldean gematria. One of the old gods, i.e. supernal, she had originally not only her dark, destructive aspect, which are most familiar, but was a fertile goddess of generation. She is unquestionably an aspect of Bina, toward which the Jungs fulfill the Shakma function. Similarly, we start to get a hint of the real nature of Sunoches. These conjectures are supported by Pletho, saying that Jungs are the intellectual spices which are conceived by the Father, they themselves also being conceptive and exciting conceptions of notions by unspeakable or unutterable counsels. It is much as unmoved or speaking conscious consists in motions. The meaning in this, that these species Jungs are immovable and a habitude to notions, to transiently as the soul. Cellus adds, lings are certain virtues or powers next to paternal depth, consisting of 3 triads. These understand according to paternal mind and containeth the cause solely in himself. All right, that's really weird. Opiko mu translates as behind me in the word teletarchy. Teletarchy, really? Now we have a character that sounds like Itachi. Like, it's like Teletachi. Really? Teletachi, really? Am I still alive? Dude, this is fucking ridiculous. Teletarch AI? Teletarchy? Teletarch AI? The Greek Kabbalah gives it a value of 1352, refers to who is in charge of an initiation or hierophant. So the Teletachi is in charge in the gematria community according to the power of fucking 1352 in the Greek Kabbalah. They're in charge of initiation rituals, or hierophant, or kind of like, sounds like, reminds you of Hierophant. In all accounts of such, especially the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, the goddess is in charge of this process. The teletarchy, the Atachi are comprehended in the Sinoches. To comprehend is a superior translation in Hebrew bina, which is traditionally rendered as understanding. Note that the West is behind the aspirant and is a feminine quadrant. All right. Wait, the teletarchy appears to be a name in the order as an order of beings correlative with the middle pillar, representing an agent of initiation. As the result, yeah, he was the guy. Itachi was the one of the Gematrians that like they try to like start like death threatening your friends and see if you go along with it. They're like, but what about that other guy that was with us last week? And we were cool with them, but I think you guys should K-word him in the head. You should give him a serious head wound with a bang bang device or whatever. Like that's what Itachi does. He comes around, he's like, I'm Teletachi. Does anybody, I'm from the middle pillar of Gematria. I'm representing the agent of initiation. He's a representative agent of initiation. The result of lunges, the result of lunges inseminating and fertilizing the Sinoches. Does anybody know what the fuck this is supposed to mean or what kind of Gematria ritual this is talking about? Unfucking believable. This is when they're dancing and doing the yoga and they're like lunging around and fucking chanting or what? And they're doing gematria? Dude, this is fucking ridiculous reading this shit. As the overlord of initiation, really is the overlord of initiation originating in the supernals. As the overlord of initiation, it keeps saying that. Or I'm not saying it over and over, it's saying it in the article over and over again. As the overlord of initiation, originating in the supernals, that is not compatible with Rahor Kunit. The only difference is the attribution being that one is placed in the east, the other in the west. Dude, this shit's so fucking quacky. I can turn it back into a gematria metaphor of the Gematrians. And the lingo that they're using, it sounds much like the Gematrians. In the West, the target is tetrarchy, another spelling of tetrarchy. The other tetrarchy, alternate spellings, teletarchs, AI, teletarchy, teletarchi, and teletartek, and teletarch. As the one performing the ritual and standing towards the east, hypnosis wheel eyes. Thanks, Space Monkey. Is that the last most recent chat? Does anybody know what the fuck this shit is? Or like, is this really a gematria ritual? Unbelievable. It says they're doing gematria. For initiations being connected to not only initiation itself, but also the result of an initiation. Okay, cool. We're still live. Perfect. I don't really care if there's a lot of people in here that get what the fuck this shit is. I'm going to read this shit whether you guys like it or not. Placed behind the mage, the symbolic value is that of stepping on the initiatory path. All right, so that's the teletarchy. Then we're dealing with the epidexia. So this is like all the shit that they're chanting when they're fucking doing satanic fucking yoga and fucking doing a satanic Aleister Crowley gematria ritual, I think. The next one they do, epidexia. These are like all the motions and movements and the chant that they do, and they're fucking pretending to be a Kybalion or whatever the fuck they're doing. Epidexia translates as on the right. Think of the stream as a kind of a dance in research and art. which is the south. The Sunoches appears to be the name of an order of beings correlative with Bina and representing the function of alchemical salt, whose nature is binding, holding together, uniting in love under will. Really, love under will? Being instilled with strength and power. All right, now we're talking about the Sunoches. Look, it's just going through all this shit that whatever the fuck they're doing and talking about. In Greek Kabbalah, the Sunoches in Greek Kabbalah has a value of 1525, the equivalent of the Hebrew Shem Ham Parash, the 72-fold name of God. Have anybody ever heard of that? The Shem Ham Parash, the 72-fold name of God in Hebrew? It translates to, what is 72? It translates as, quote, to hold together, to enclose, to encompass, to embrace, to keep together, to keep from dispersing, to constrain, to force one to a thing, to oppress, to afflict, and means holding together and continuous, as in a continuous sequence of things held together, hinting at the idea of eternity. This is, by analogy, can mean a constraining force and may refer to the constraint of the spirits now within the circle and behind the aspirant, as delineated above. So it's starting to make more and more sense as it gets more and more quacky. This then refers to the unifying force of the will of the aspirant, which is the power of the holy guardian angel. Yeah, you guys can't hang with this. This is way fucking the fuck out. All right, where are we at? So the root meaning is to hold together a binding action. Much of the above correspondence to the material form-giving aspect of Bina. Magically, we say that if the Jungs is the conjuration, Sunoches is the constraint, the image of Bina, and the complement of the Chakma aspect of Jungs instilleth into the Sunoches, and in living strength of fire, endued with mighty power, to instill it is to pour into as a cup, drop by drop. We may recall that the scarlet woman is all power given. In the invocation, Sunoches, Sunoches, Sinozex are in the south, where Jungs is the conjuration, Sunoches is a binding with love, see love under will, connecting and strong. Jungs, Sinoches, and Teletarchy are part of the second mind, Empyrean world. In the system of the Chaldean oracles, they are intelligent and intelligible from the intellectual triad. The supernals, the oracles say, he gave his own whirlwinds to guard the supernals, mingling to proper force of his own strength and Sunoches again, and the idea of strength being established. Sunoches, we recall that the Masons interpret Boaz to mean strengthening and Jacquin to mean establishment. All right, that's really, 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 really kind of creepy and weird. Don't worry, it's almost done. We almost read through the fucking entirety of the meaning of the fucking Ruby Star Ritual, whatever the fuck this shit is. Then now we got Ep Aristera translates as on the left, which is the north. Daimonos is the holy guardian angel or the genius unified will of the aspirant. So we come full circle, and you're like, Daimon is your guardian angel. Note the holy guardian angel is also a feminine quadrant. It is she who is the guardian angel of our aspiration. Daimonos are the spirits, and total to 445. Yo, what's good, NPC the game? This is a crazy long stream, and I'm almost done reading the fucking super duper fucking quack actual 811 gematria ritual or whatever the fuck this shit is, with like a bunch of other gematria numbers too. The ruby star ritual that nobody seems to know anything about. But somehow it's like this complicated, and it has like all kinds of historical basis since Aleister Crowley. Yeah, so daimonos are spirits, and total to 445 deities below the abyss. They signify the energies of departed adepts, the inner plane representatives of the order, much like the saints, really, as invoked in the Mass of Gnostic Catholic Church, really Gnostic Catholic Church, the quote, songs of the lion and the serpent. All right. Daimon refers to God and goddess, much like Theos or Thea. In Homer, it is interchangeable with the Latin numen, even though it is the basis for our term demon. This is more malevolent, meaning dates back only to the times of creation in the New Testament. Daimonos, used in the later version of the star ruby, is the plural of daimon and refers to spirits or being of the spirit world. Most simply, it meant any sort of spirit or genius. In the system of the Chaldean oracles, daimonos are below the demigods. When compared to the previous three groups of beings, daimonos represent a much more clear earthly concept. The direction of the greatest darkness, north, belongs to them. Daimones seem at first to refer to the same beings, but the meaning of the word is a different one. Hesiod used this word to refer to the souls of men of the dark age, of the golden age, the men of the golden age, forming a link between gods and men. Daimones, Dime Ones, like a graffiti name, Dame Ones. Daimones is the group of people who have reached their true wills, their true wills. They're the ones that reach their true wills. The former masters, secret chiefs, gone now, who had their genius. A different but related word as daimones, Hesiod, used the term to mean the soul of men of the golden age, forming a link between gods and men. That is man-god, as what we call the HGA was of old termed the genius daimon. The daimiones were the ones who had their genius. That is true aspects. So it's making these weird distinctions about the semantics. We may then say that here the Tao came a flood of ideas, and that these ideas, three were guardians of the works of the Father. This spiritual triad Jung Sunoches and Tetrarchy are filled and reflected on earth in manifestation by a fourth called daimonis or daimonos. Just unfucking believable. The triad corresponds fairly to the alchemical principles of sulfur, salt, mercury, respectively, and these are fulfilled in the stone. The pentagram has been formed and positioned in each of the four quadrants, hanging as a protection against the chaotic forces in the four winds. Unbelievable. Really? The chaotic forces in the four winds? Hey, what's good? Salute. Good evening. NPC the game. Yo, what's good, CM? I can't stand RLM and them panelverse folks. Dude, it's fucking too crazy for me. I don't really like, they'll never understand any of this deeper stuff that we like to talk about, you know, and go a little deeper. It's unbelievable. I'm almost done reading and explaining the Ruby Star ritual for whatever it's worth. It's worth nothing. It's worthless. It's stupid. It's like doing yoga and chanting and like reading the Kybalion. You might as well do the Kybalion while you're doing this. All right, the triad corresponds fairly to the alchemical principles of sulfur, salt, mercury, respectively, and these are fulfilled in the stone. The pentagram has been formed and positioned in each of the four quadrants, hanging as a protection against the chaotic forces of the four winds. Sounds like, reminds us like of chaotic truth in Gematria. And the pentagram, the hexagon pentagram guy with the Gematria. These are held in place by the four guardians having been invoked. Hence, this banishing ritual is also one of invocation. The hexagram, so here's the end of this shit. It's like describing what the pentagram and the hexagram means, I guess, in this ritual. The hexagram is the symbol of Tippereth, which is above the aspirant, which is you. You're the aspirant. When it says aspirant, they're talking about you. When you start dabbling in Aleister Crowley rituals, by drawing down this light energy and fortifying the circle with the pentagrams, the column of light energy is established connecting Tipperoth and Malkuth. Thus is the ritual completed. Line 10, the repetition of the Kabbalistic cross provides perfect symmetry in the ritual, unlike asymmetric gematria. This gematria is perfectly symmetrical, by the way. That's what we're trying to show here. This is perfect Aleister Crowley, historical, factual, actual 811 ritual gematria rituals. And you're supposed to rhyme and rinse and repeat it and do it over and over again, evidently, and get a fucking bird fucking quacking, some type of bird from Europe, a European bird. I don't know if you missed that part, CM. It's fucking crazy. They're like, they put this bird, it's like a witch ritual, and they put a bird on a circular device that you spin around and the bird fucking starts quacking. Line 11, this is the last part, and then we're going to switch it up a little bit. And it's getting late. The final banishing proclamation, once you create your perfectly symmetrical Gematria 811 ritual, is the final banishing proclamation. Should be one of greater strength and authority than we first done. This is a restatement of the objective of the ritual. The success of this ritual is proved by a feeling of cleanliness, purity, and security on the part of the aspirant doing the ritual. The circle is now fortified and protected, the aspirant should have thoroughly exhausted him or herself in the fever of the ritual and fervor. As the master Therion writes, I invoke often, and inflame thyself in prayer. Unbelievable. So there you go, folks. We went through the whole entire fucking Aleister Crowley Thelema satanic ritual of fucking doing an Aleister Crowley ritual. And I mean, I'm not gonna do it for you guys, but like, you know, we read the explanation of what it sounds like when they're doing it. I think it is satanic if you're doing that type of yoga. If you're doing the Star Ruby ritual while you're doing yoga and you're taking it seriously, you're probably a quack. I mean, I don't know, dude. This is way over their heads. Nobody's gonna understand this. Everybody left and it's really late. There's probably other people live. Or it's just because it might just be because I'm glitched out off the internet on my Wi-Fi. No, that was it. I promised you a quacky fucking long Gematria 811 ritual that like you probably came out of left field, but it has to do with the quacks. I mean, it's part of Gematria. So yeah, that's a whole nother type of Gematria, you guys. I can't. Yeah, good evening. Salute to you guys. It's getting so late and this is way over the fucking quacks' heads. I'm not really sure I understand it much myself. It sounds, dude. Now they're doing it. This is the video that they got on there. They're doing the ritual. This is the gematria that Zachary's lying about that he knows that he does secretly, but he won't. They were probably doing this, you know, when they made fucking Ruby. That's probably how they made fucking Ruby. This is how Zachary K. Hubbard's baby Ruby of gematria was made, probably. That's probably why it came out with black eyes and Zach's like a demon. You know, one day that child, that young lady is going to denounce gematria and do her own Star Ruby ritual. What if she finds out about the Star Ruby ritual one day and puts the quacks all behind her and denounces this type of gematria and just goes more back towards the Asian side and finds some other Asian rituals. Find some more Asian rituals. They're from Myanmar. They're like part Myanmarese, the Ruby Star. Fuck out of here. We're doing the fucking Star Ruby ritual on Zachary K. Hubbard. Sorry, I glitched out. I went to a wrong tab. You guys, the only thing that they forgot, the only thing they really forgot that I noticed in that chant, they forgot to put the quack at the end. Why don't they just scream the chant in numbers? They should put the fucking chant, what they're doing in fucking Greek, and translate it into the gematria calculator and just quack the fucking chant out in fucking numbers in the shower or some shit and do a gematria ritual. Anyways, peace and love. I'm out. That's fucking super duper creepy and weird and whatever. It's unbelievable. Peace and love. It's late. I'm out.